Chapter 265. Back to the topic. After joking around for a while, Jiyu said seriously, "Do you know those masked men in black?" "No." Nangong Morching shook his head. "Maybe the big shot behind them has something to do with our Nangong family, so he sent people to intercept us." All right then. Since he didn't know them, then Jiyu couldn't get any useful information. Just as the topic was about to end, Nangong Morching suddenly said, "But it's really weird this time. In the past, we would only be harassed by defensive Mystic Realm martial artists, but this time, there are so many Tongxian Realm martial artists." Although the Nangong family was one of the top families in Bright Moon Ancient City, they were an alchemy family, so their overall martial arts level was slightly lower. Even her father, the head of the Nangong family and also the strongest martial artist in the Nangong family, had just broken through to level 2 Tongxian Realm. In the entire Nangong family, there were no more than 3 Tongxian Realm martial artists. This time, the defensive Mystic Realm martial artist that her father sent to protect her could be ranked in the top 5 in the family. The Nangong family knew that their martial arts strength was weak, so they wouldn't easily provoke other families or forces. Those that they dared to provoke were those that were weaker than them. But this time, there were so many Tongxian Realm martial artists that came to intercept them. Obviously, something was wrong. Nangong Morching didn't hide these thoughts in his heart, and told them to Jiyu calmly. "If you say so, it's really weird." Jiyu's gaze turned slightly serious. The reason why he intentionally left that man in black alive was because he suspected that those masked men in black were sent by the Evolving Temple. Although Nangong Morching wasn't very outstanding in martial arts, he had extraordinary talent in alchemy, so it wasn't strange for him to be the target of the Evolving Temple. But he didn't have enough evidence to deduce that those people were sent by the Evolving Temple, so he asked that man in black but to no avail. At that time, the other party didn't seem to be lying, but really didn't know who was behind it. After hearing Nangong Morching's inner thoughts, Jiyu believed that the big shot behind the black-clothed people was from the Evolving Temple. Whether it was true or not, as long as there was a possibility, he had to be vigilant. If it was true, the fact that the Evolving Divine Palace could make those Tongxian Realm elites work for it without knowing anything meant that it had a terrifying background. If the Evolving Temple could casually invite a profound connection realm expert to work for them, then the strength of the Evolving Temple was truly unimaginable. At this moment, Jiyu felt that the Evolving Temple was like a giant mountain blocking his path. Not to mention Jiang Yuchu, who had long been targeted by the Evolving Temple, he himself was probably in danger as well. Since the Evolving Temple specifically targeted geniuses, his performance in the 3-sex tournament was enough to make him the #1 target of the Evolving Temple. Whether it was for Jiang Yuchu or himself, he had to split this giant mountain in front of him. With a heavy heart, Jiyu slowly let out a breath to relax, then asked Nangong Morching, "Speaking of which, what are you guys doing in Chaoyang Ancient City? I heard that Chaoyang Ancient City was almost unified by the City Lord's Palace not long ago, so we, the Nangong family, are going to form an alliance." Nangong Morching answered honestly. Chapter 266. Alliance. Jiyu's eyes flickered slightly. Nangong Morching nodded. The Nangong family was weak and it was undoubtedly a good choice to ally with the City Lord Mansion of Chaoyang Ancient City. "We can form an alliance as long as the Nangong family pays on time every month." Jiyu agreed casually. Forming an alliance with the Nangong family would only bring benefits to the City Lord Mansion. Naturally, there was nothing to be conflicted about. "Hearing you say that, I remember that you have a good relationship with the City Lord of Chaoyang Ancient City, Jiang Zhongtian. I'll leave it to you then," Nangong Morching said. Jiyu could tell that Nangong Morching had misunderstood him. He immediately explained, "I forgot to tell you that I am the new City Lord of Chaoyang Ancient City. If I say it's okay, it's okay." It had to be said that the people in Chaoyang Ancient City were quite honest. They did not spread the news casually. Even Nangong Morching did not know that he had become the new City Lord. "You are the new City Lord." Nangong Morching was slightly surprised. However, she soon understood. With Jiyu's strength, it was easy for him to become the new City Lord of Chaoyang Ancient City. The alliance is settled. Next, Come to my city lord mansion to sign the agreement. Ji said. After that, there was nothing else to do. Ji put on the black robe again and seized the time to cultivate. He wanted to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Nangong Morching looked at Ji, who was immersed in cultivation. She did not know what to feel when she thought that Ji had reached such a high level. She once wanted to make Ji her slave, but it was impossible now. The only man in her life that she found interesting, but she could not conquer him. It was really hard for her. Ding. Master has cultivated martial Dao for 1 minute. Martial Dao cultivation obtained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master has cultivated martial Dao for 1 minute. Martial Dao cultivation obtained experience, 10 by 999 times. By the time the carriage arrived at Chaoyang Ancient City, Jiyu's cultivation base had gradually stabilized. However, she was still far from the peak of LV4 Tongxian realm. After leaving the cultivation state, Jiyu looked out of the window and found that the guards at the city gate had obviously become much stricter. After all, now that the city lord's mansion had unified Chaoyang Ancient City, there were no more open and covert fights in the city. Therefore, they had more energy to strengthen the city gate's defenses. But at this moment, the group of carriages suddenly stopped. What happened? Jiyu asked in confusion. I guess he was stopped by the guards. Recently, Chaoyang Ancient City has stopped people from entering and leaving as they please. Nangong Morching said. Jiyu nodded slightly. If it was just a small matter like this, then there was no need for him to show up. After a while, the guards would confirm his identity and let him in. However, the development of the situation greatly exceeded Jiyu's expectations. Not only did the carriage not move for a long time, but they could also hear the sounds of dispute coming from outside the carriage. We're from Bright Moon Ancient City's Nangong family. We specially came to Chaoyang Ancient City. Why can't we enter? You're from the Nangong family? Must I let you in? At this moment, Nangong Morching also heard the noise coming from outside. She immediately opened the curtain and walked out. What do we have to do to enter the city gate? The leader of the city gate guards was an arrogant young man. When he saw the veiled lady in front of him, he was stunned. Chapter 267. He was the eldest young master of the Zhong family, Zhong Hao. A while ago, the Zhong family also submitted to the city lord's mansion. He didn't care about it. As long as he still had the status and power of the eldest young master of the Zhong family, he didn't care at all. Although he felt a little ashamed to be assigned as the head guard of the city gate this time, it was not without benefits. Zhong Hao set a rule privately, that was, except for those who belonged to the city lord's mansion, anyone who entered or left the city gate had to be searched. In fact, this was just to satisfy his own selfish desires. Every time a good-looking woman entered or left the city gate, he would deliberately take advantage of her. If he took a fancy to her, he would find a way to get her and throw her away when he was tired of her. In Chaoyang Ancient City, many people knew that Zhong Hao was a lecherous villain, but no one could do anything to him. Because the Zhong family was the only one among the 3 families that didn't have much conflict with the city lord's mansion, it naturally became a branch with a higher status inside the city lord's mansion. Jiang Zhongtian was busy with trivial matters and couldn't care about it. The other higher-ups of the city lord's mansion were too lazy to care about this kind of thing. Naturally, no one else could control Zhong Hao. Now, Zhong Hao took a fancy to another woman. That was the veiled woman who appeared in front of him at this moment. He had seen countless women in his life, but he had never seen such a strange woman with such beauty and temperament. In his impression, only the 2 daughters of the city lord, Jiang Yuchu and Jiang Yushin, could be comparable to this woman, but in terms of temperament, they were slightly inferior to this woman. Zhong Hao didn't have the guts to touch the 2 daughters of the city lord, but he still had a chance to touch this veiled woman in front of him. May I ask your name, miss? Zhong Hao's attitude suddenly changed and he politely asked Nangong Morching. He was usually obsessed with beauty and didn't know about the family forces outside Chaoyang Ancient City. Naturally, he didn't know about the Nangong family, nor did he know that the Nangong family had a beautiful young lady named Nangong Morching. Nangong Morching. Nangong Morching replied in a cold tone. In fact, she was very reluctant to say her name, because she felt that the other party seemed to be up to something. Although she didn't know what it was, her intuition told her that it shouldn't be something good. So it's Miss Mo Ching. Zhong Hao said embarrassedly, it's like this. Our Chaoyang ancient city has a rule. Anyone who enters or exits the city has to be searched. Hearing the word search, Nangong Morching couldn't help but frown. Looking at the other party's expression, she felt that this was a very frivolous guy. No matter what this guy was planning, she couldn't let a strange man search her body so easily. I'll say this first. You can search the others, but I can't. Nangong Morching said directly. Previously, in order not to trouble Jiyu, she deliberately spoke up. However, if this person insisted on making things difficult for her, she would not back down. After all, the new city lord of Chaoyang ancient city, Jiyu, was sitting in the carriage. She had nothing to worry about. That won't do. Zhong Hao still maintained his smile, but it gave people a feeling of numbness on their scalps. If you don't follow the rules, I won't let you enter the city. Really? Then I'll have to let him talk to you. Nangong Morching glanced at the carriage behind her. Who is it? Zhong Hao also looked at the carriage with a puzzled expression. However, after a while, there was no movement in the carriage. The situation became a little awkward. Chapter 268. Nangong Morching was stunned for a moment before she quickly entered the carriage. Seeing that Ji Yu was still sitting in the carriage as if nothing had happened, she couldn't help but ask, "Why are you still sitting here?" "Why can't I sit here?" Ji Yu said disapprovingly, "Why don't you just let that guy search you? Do you need me to do such a small thing?" Nangong Morching was speechless for a moment. She couldn't understand whether this guy really didn't understand or was deliberately messing with her. Looking at Nangong Morching's hesitant expression, the corners of Ji Yu's mouth curled up slightly. She pretended to be helpless. "I really don't know what to do with you. Forget it, forget it. I'll help you." After that, Ji Yu slowly walked out of the carriage. After Nangong Morching entered the carriage, the one who came out was a black-robed man whose face could not be seen. Zhong Hao immediately frowned. "Who are you? You just said that it's the rule of Chaoyang ancient city to search people entering and leaving the city?" Ji Yu asked indifferently. "Yes, what's wrong?" Zhong Hao said, "And where's that Miss Morching? Why didn't I know there was such a rule? Did you make it yourself?" Ji Yu said meaningfully. "Stop talking nonsense with me. Hurry up and call Miss Morching out." Zhong Hao was already a little impatient. He was not in the mood to care about this black-robed man at all. Now he only had Nangong Morching in his heart. At this time, many people had been attracted to this place. Damn it, that bastard Zhong Hao is harming others again. Search. Haha, that guy is a beast who specializes in targeting women. Most importantly, this time it's Nangong Morching from the Nangong family. That bastard Zhong Hao actually dares to have improper thoughts. Sigh, but in this situation, those people from the Nangong family can only listen to Zhong Hao if they want to enter the city. Although they were indignant, they only dared to whisper in private. Of course, Zhong Hao knew that the people around him were cursing him, but not only did he not care, he even felt proud of himself. Just as he was feeling complacent, someone suddenly grabbed his neck, and he felt suffocated. When he finally reacted, he discovered that the black-robed man was actually right in front of him. Immediately after, a voice that contained a trace of killing intent sounded. "I'm asking you a question. Did you set the rules on your own accord?" Zhong Hao was dumbfounded. His throat was strangled to the point of suffocation, so he couldn't utter a single word. He never thought that the black-robed man would suddenly attack him. Only then did the other guards realize what had happened. They hurriedly surrounded the black-robed man who had suddenly made a move. However, they did not dare to rashly take another step forward because they knew that this black-robed man was definitely an expert. Even Zhong Hao didn't have the slightest chance to fight back, so it was even more impossible for them to be this black-robed man's match. Among them, one of Zhong Hao's trusted aides secretly left this place, intending to report what had happened to the Zhong clan's patriarch. In fact, Ji-yu had already noticed that a guard had secretly run away, but he didn't care at all. Do you need me to ask a third time? Ji-yu's voice gradually turned cold. At this time, Zhong Hao finally sobered up a little and understood his current situation. His face turned red as he struggled to spit out a few words. Yes. I set the rules on my own accord. After he finished speaking, Ji-yu let go of his hand. Zhong Hao immediately knelt on the ground, covering his throat and coughing non-stop. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ji-yu helplessly spread out his hands. Then his tone turned cold as he said, but that's a separate matter. How do you think we should deal with this guy who set the rules on his own accord? Who exactly are you? Zhong Hao looked at Ji-yu with a pained expression. Oh, right, I almost forgot. While speaking, Ji-yu's aura fluctuated, and the black robe on his head was directly lifted, revealing his true appearance. You are. Zhong Hao's finger trembled as he pointed at Ji-yu, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The atmosphere suddenly became suffocating. Not only Zhong Hao, but the others also recognized Ji-yu almost instantly. Now, in the entire Chaoyang ancient city, who didn't know what Ji-yu looked like? Who didn't know Ji-yu's identity? The guards who surrounded Ji-yu by the side threw away the weapons in their hands in shock. They suddenly felt as if they had eaten rice fields, and they felt like dying. If they had known that the black-robed man was the new governor, Ji-yu, they wouldn't have dared to point their weapons at the governor even if they had 10,000 gut. Governor! Governor, Zhong Hao said stiffly. His heart was filled with despair. He couldn't believe that he had offended Ji-yu. Almost everyone in Chaoyang ancient city knew that the new governor, Ji-yu, was terrifyingly powerful. He deserved to be called the most powerful person in Chaoyang ancient city. He had offended such a terrifying existence. Not only him, but the entire Zhong family might be exterminated. So you recognize me? Ji-yu said jokingly. Then what about the question I asked just now? Zhong Hao opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. His face was extremely ugly. Making rules without permission was already a serious matter. Just as Ji-yu was about to say something, a dignified voice came from not far away. Who's causing trouble here? He heard the voice before he saw the person. It had to be a Tongxian expert. However, Ji-yu was indifferent because he sensed that the person was just a LV2 Tongxian expert. He didn't take him seriously at all. Father. Zhong Hao was delighted at first, but he immediately fell into despair again. So what if his father was here? If his father knew that he had offended Ji-yu, he might even want to kill him. That's right. The owner of the voice just now was the Zhong family's Zhong Quan. When he heard that someone had attacked Zhong Hao, he immediately rushed over. However, just a second ago, Zhong Quan was still acting all high and mighty. When he saw Ji-yu, he was completely stunned. He was completely dumbfounded. Was the one who had a conflict with his son the city lord? What the hell was going on? Based on his understanding of his son, no matter how stupid this bastard was, he wouldn't be stupid enough to offend Ji-yu. Oh, I remember that you're the Zhong family's patriarch. Ji-yu glanced at Zhong Quan indifferently. Do you have any business with me? No. Nothing at all. Zhong Quan hurriedly knelt down. In a moment of desperation, he quickly changed his mind. My son was reckless and offended the city lord. I'm here to ask for punishment. He didn't dare to think about anything else now. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. He could only hope that the city lord wouldn't exterminate the entire Zhong family in a fit of anger. Settle your son's matter yourself. As long as you're sincere enough, I won't make things difficult for the Zhong family. Ji-yu looked down at the kneeling Zhong Quan and said indifferently. Chapter 269. Hearing Ji-yu's words, Zhong Quan was overjoyed. Then, he said to Zhong Hao, from today onwards, you will be under house arrest for 3 years unless you break through the mystic comprehending state. The more the city lord said that, the more he would not show mercy to his son. Zhong Hao's face was numb. Only despair and regret were left in his eyes. 3 years of house arrest was as painful as killing him. Get lost. Ji-yu nodded with satisfaction and did not continue to make things difficult for the Zhong family's father and son. This time, he was not only helping Nangong marching. More importantly, he wanted to establish his prestige. In the future, no one would dare to do what Zhong Hao did. This would save him a lot of trouble. Zhong Quan didn't dare to complain, and quickly left with Zhong Hao. Only the guards were left standing in the field, not knowing what to do. Everyone looked at him with respect and admiration. Only the city lord could make the Zhong family's father and son obediently admit defeat. They were all happy to see Zhong Hao being punished. Ji Yu ignored the guards and returned to the carriage. At this time, the people from the Nangong family had not recovered from the shock. The black-robed man was the famous Ji Yu. Moreover, they did not know when Ji Yu became the new city lord of Chaoyang Ancient City. "Shall we go?" Ji Yu said to Nangong marching in the carriage. Yes, Nangong marching nodded slightly. Even though she knew Ji Yu was very powerful, she still could not calm down after seeing it with her own eyes. The young man in front of her was already an invincible existence in Chaoyang Ancient City. The Nangong family's carriage team continued to move forward. The surrounding people made a wide path for them. This was because they knew that the city lord was sitting in the carriage. Soon, the carriage team arrived at the city lord mansion. Immediately, the elite guards guarding the gate of the city lord mansion came to stop them. Just as they were about to speak, they saw a black-robed man coming out of the carriage. When they saw the face of the black-robed man clearly, they immediately knelt down on one knee. "Greetings to the city lord." They were all elite guards of the city lord's mansion, so it was impossible for them not to recognize this black-robed youth in front of them. "Rise, all of you," Ji Yu said. "Yes." The elite guards immediately stood up and made way for the carriage. The carriage team then drove into the city lord's mansion. In the meeting hall, Jiang Zhongtian, Ji Yu, and Nangong Morqing were already present. The rest of the people were waiting outside the hall. Jiang Zhongtian didn't know the purpose of Nangong Morqing's visit. He only knew that Nangong Morqing came with Ji Yu. Ji Yu purposely came back with Nangong Morqing. He could not help but have a guess in his mind. Could it be that Ji Yu and Miss Nangong are together? Jiang Zhongtian couldn't help but ask. No. Ji Yu calmly denied Jiang Zhongtian's guess and briefly summarized the ins and outs of the matter. At the same time, Nangong Morqing, who was sitting at the side, couldn't help but have a slight trace of disappointment in his eyes. Even if there was a trace of fluctuation, Ji Yu's expression was terrifyingly calm. "I see." At this time, Jiang Zhongtian heard Ji Yu's words and turned to Nangong Morqing. "Since Ji Yu has already agreed, then there's no problem. He could only be considered as the acting city lord now. The real authority was still in Ji Yu's hands." After signing a contract, the Nangong family officially allied with the city lord's mansion in Chaoyang City. The Nangong family had to follow the rules and pay tribute on time, while the city lord's mansion would protect the Nangong family. In short, the relationship between the two was like this. Nangong Morqing didn't stay at the city lord's mansion for too long. The next day, he returned to Bright Moon Ancient City with the carriage team. Ji Yu also had to start dealing with his own matters. He purposely came back this time mainly to reorganize the city lord's mansion and strengthen the overall strength of the city lord's mansion. Before he left the city lord's mansion, there were a few more families that submitted to the city lord's mansion. Now, almost the entire Chaoyang city was unified. The Nangong family was the first outside family to ally with the city lord's mansion. Presumably, there would be other outside families coming to ally with them soon. However, Ji Yu couldn't just casually ally with any outside family. After all, this was the territory of the Kanglan Empire. Everything was under the control of the palace. Perhaps it was because of Ji Yu that the imperial palace did not say anything when Chaoyang Ancient City formed an alliance. However, if they continued to expand, the palace couldn't just sit by and watch. Ji Yu didn't want to be enemies with the palace. His goal was never to overthrow the palace. To put it bluntly, he wasn't interested in the throne of the Kanglan Empire. His only goal now was to resist the Evolution Temple. After spending a few days, Ji Yu dealt with many people who liked to court death like Zhong Hao. Those who should be locked up were locked up, and those who should be killed were killed. As long as they committed a crime in Chaoyang City, he wouldn't let them go once he found them. This wave of swift and decisive sweeps alerted everyone in Chaoyang City. No one dared to act rashly because they could lose their heads at any time. Even if they didn't lose their heads, they didn't want to be targeted by the city lord. That feeling of sleepless nights was too unbearable. Of course, Jiyu didn't neglect his cultivation during these few days. Naturally, he broke through to the peak of level 4 Tongxian realm. Today, Jiyu strolled around the streets as usual. He was still dressed in a black robe. Although most people in Chaoyang City knew that Jiyu always dressed like this, Jiyu wasn't afraid of being recognized because more and more people were wearing black robes in Chaoyang City. After walking for a short distance, he saw a few people dressed in black robes like him. It was obvious that they were all teenagers in their second year of middle school. Ding! Master has taken a step. Earth rank inferior thunder light transformation gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has taken a step. Earth rank inferior thunder light transformation gained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Not long after, Jiyu happened to pass by a residence. He looked up and saw that it was the Fang residence. He planned to go in and take a look. Jiyu strolled into the Fang residence. Although he seemed to be walking slowly, outsiders wouldn't be able to see his figure clearly. Even though the guards guarding the entrance were highly focused, they didn't notice that someone had entered the Fang residence. It didn't take long for him to walk around the Fang family's mansion. At this time, Jiyu came to a martial arts field. This should be the field that the Fang residence specially provided for disciples to cultivate. He could see many young men and women practicing martial arts here. Not only that, he also saw a familiar figure. Chapter 270. On the training field, a heroic young lady in red armor was dancing with a thin sword, ignoring the rain of sweat that was pouring down her body. The Fang family disciples who passed by were all talking about this. Look, I see Fang Junyi every time I pass by here. Is she cultivating here day and night? Yeah, she seems to be trying to take revenge on Jiyu. I don't know why she's doing this. Jiyu didn't do anything to us. And with Jiyu's terrifying talent and strength, Fang Junyi won't be able to catch up to her even if she works hard for her entire life. Even though the Fang family had submitted to the City Lord manner, everything was as usual. There were not many changes. So they didn't care about it anymore and didn't hate the new City Lord Jiyu. Only Fang Junyi was different. She still couldn't forget Jiyu's mocking tone and expression. She cultivated so hard just to kill Jiyu with her own hands. It's been so long, but you don't seem to have improved much. Suddenly, Fang Junyi heard a familiar voice. Before she could remember whose voice it was, her face darkened. Fang Junyi turned around and saw a black-robed person walking towards her. She couldn't see the black-robed person's face, but she was sure that this black-robed person was Jiyu. What are you doing here again? Fang Junyi didn't want to be outdone and said coldly, I'm here because I want to. Is there a problem? Jiyu said indifferently. The surrounding Fang family disciples didn't know that the black-robed person was Jiyu, so they didn't understand what the two of them were talking about. Fang Junyi stared at Jiyu fiercely. She gripped her sword tightly and didn't dare to act rashly. She knew her limits. If she were to face Jiyu in her current state, there was no way she would survive. Why are you so nervous? Jiyu chuckled and said, but I want that look in your eyes. At this moment, Fang Junyi was like him when he had faced Chen Yang. Fang Junyi was the only one who didn't submit to him. Although this guy was working hard to kill him, he still thought highly of this guy. Because he didn't think that this woman had the chance to surpass him or even kill him, not in this lifetime. I don't know what he's talking about, Fang Junyi said coldly. But you can't do this. You've only improved so much after so long. You still want to kill me? Jiyu said contemptuously. He remembered that when he first met this woman, her cultivation was at mid-stage first level of the defensive profound realm. Until now, she had only reached late-stage second level of the defensive profound realm. Fang Junyi was so angry that her delicate body trembled, and her towering chest heaved up and down. All her hard work had been denied by Jiyu just like that. The surrounding Fang clan disciples all felt that it was extremely strange. Who exactly was that black-robed man? He actually said that Fang Junyi was no good. Although they felt that Fang Junyi was very foolish to want to kill the new city lord, but that was that. They admitted that they were far inferior to Fang Junyi in terms of talent and hard work. In just half a month, Fang Junyi had cultivated from mid-stage first level of the defensive profound realm to late-stage second level of the defensive profound realm. None of them didn't admire her. But that black-robed man actually said that Fang Junyi was no good. They only wanted to know who this black-robed man was, and why he dared to boast so shamelessly. Let me ask you, do you want to improve your strength faster and more effectively? At this moment, Ji-yu suddenly asked. Fang Junyi hesitated for a moment, then answered firmly, yes. How could she not want to? All right, then I'll help you. Before she finished speaking, Ji-yu's figure had already disappeared. Ding. Master has used lightning luster change. Lightning luster change obtained experience points, 1000 * 999 ek. Ji-yu carried Fang Junyi on her shoulder and dashed out. Because Ji-yu's speed was too fast, Fang Junyi only reacted when they were already out of the Fang Manor. What are you doing? Let go of me. Fang Junyi struggled fiercely. Don't move. Ji-yu warned. Let go of me. But Fang Junyi didn't listen and continued to struggle, almost hitting Ji-yu's face a few times. TSK. Ji-yu was instantly enraged and slapped Fang Junyi's buttocks. Slap. Soft and bouncy to the touch, Ji-yu couldn't help but be stunned. Damn it. Ji-yu only wanted to teach this disobedient girl a lesson, but she didn't expect her body to be so hot. Fang Junyi couldn't help but cry out when she was hit by that strong slap. But before she could react, she heard Ji-yu's threatening voice. If you dare to move again, do you believe that I won't smack your butt? Fang Junyi immediately calmed down and her face was filled with shame and anger. Ever since she was young, she had never been touched by a man. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Fang Junyi was extremely ashamed and resentful. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself. Fang Junyi finally stopped moving and Ji-yu also stopped being rough and walked in a certain direction. On the other side, the disciples of the Fang family finally realized what had happened. Why did Fang Junyi and that black-robed man disappear? I think I saw that black-robed man take Fang Junyi away. His movements were too fast, I couldn't see it clearly. F***ck, that black-robed man couldn't be Ji-yu, right? Many people felt that the black-robed man was Ji-yu. Only Ji-yu could have that kind of skill. Recalling Fang Junyi's expression, they were even more certain that the black-robed man was Ji-yu. They couldn't help but worry for Fang Junyi. Now that she was taken away by Ji-yu, she might never come back. At the same time, ding. Master used lightning luster transformation. Lightning luster transformation gained experience, 1000 * 999 times. Ding. Master used lightning luster transformation. Lightning luster transformation gained experience, 1000 * 999 times. Ji-yu was like a bolt of lightning, shuttling through Chaoyang Ancient City. Not long after, he left Chaoyang Ancient City and arrived at the Demon Beast mountain range. Fang Junyi, who was carried on Ji-yu's shoulder, didn't say a word because she was shocked. After a short period of personal experience, she finally realized how terrifying Ji-yu's speed was. This was just his speed. It was hard to imagine how strong he was in other aspects. Her heart couldn't help but waver. Did she really have a chance to kill this monster with her own hands? However, Fang Junyi immediately shook her head. No matter what, she couldn't give up so easily. Not only was she mocked by Ji-yu, but Ji-yu also touched that place. As long as she was still alive, she would definitely find this bastard and settle the score. Chapter 271. When they reached the central region of the Demon Beast mountain range, Ji-yu put Fang Junyi down from his shoulder. The shame and anger on Fang Junyi's face still hadn't disappeared. She glared at Ji-yu furiously. If looks could kill, Ji-yu would have been killed thousands of times by Fang Junyi. Obviously, she was still upset about Ji-yu slapping her butt. Okay, stop being so pretentious. Ji-yu said disapprovingly. You. Fang Junyi really wanted to scold Ji-yu until her head bled, but she, who had been well-mannered since young, couldn't utter a single curse word. Stop going on and on. Your opponent has already appeared. Ji Yu reminded Fang Junyi. A demonic beast appeared not far in front of Ji Yu and Fang Junyi. This demonic beast looked like a porcupine, but it was twice the size of a normal porcupine. There was also a faint purple glow on its body. Redbud demonic pig. Fang Junyi murmured. That's right. Ji Yu said, this is the redbud demonic pig. It's about the second stage of the second stage. What do you mean? Fang Junyi asked in confusion. Don't you understand? I'm bringing you out to train. Ji Yu said indifferently, this way, you can improve your strength faster. How much can you improve if you stay in a place like the martial arts field every day? Even if he didn't have much contact with Fang Junyi, he could guess that this woman rarely came to the Demon Beast mountain range to train. Why should I listen to you? Fang Junyi seemed very reluctant. I've said it before. This is to help you improve your strength faster and more effectively. As for whether you listen to me or not, that's your own business. With that, Ji Yu walked to a rock and sat down, looking at Fang Junyi leisurely. Fang Junyi fell into silence. In the next moment, she stepped forward and faced the redbud demonic pig. On the other hand, Ji Yu sat on the rock and watched the show leisurely as if it had nothing to do with her. It was proven that Fang Junyi rarely fought with demonic beasts. Ji Yu could tell from the battle between Fang Junyi and the amethyst demonic pig. Fang Junyi slashed at the redbud demonic boar as if she was chopping wood. Almost none of her attacks managed to hit the redbud demonic boar's vital points. Ji Yu couldn't help but facepalm with some disappointment. He had thought that Fang Junyi's actual combat ability against demonic beasts would be relatively poor, but he didn't expect it to be so bad that he couldn't bear to watch. Furthermore, this was only a redbud demonic boar that had just broken through to the second level of the second grade. Fang Junyi, who was already at the second level of the defensive profound realm, had to expend so much effort to deal with such a demonic beast. It was truly unsightly. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He reminded Fang Junyi, the redbud demonic pig's weak point is below its stomach. Just aim there and attack. If this continued, Fang Junyi wouldn't be able to kill the redbud demonic boar even after spending half a day. After Ji Yu's reminder, Fang Junyi finally adapted and targeted the redbud demonic boar's weak point with every attack. After 10 minutes, Fang Junyi finally killed the redbud demonic boar. I only have one thought after watching the entire battle. Do you know what it is? Ji Yu jumped down from the rock and walked towards Fang Junyi. What is it? Fang Junyi looked at Ji Yu with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Noob. Not only that, but Ji Yu also emphasized, a complete noob. Fang Junyi was stunned. Clearly, she didn't expect Ji Yu to say that. You spent so much effort on a pig that had just broken through to the second level of the second grade. You only killed it after I reminded you. Ji Yu said mercilessly, if I didn't remind you, wouldn't you have been defeated by a pig? Why are you so noob? You can't even compare to a pig. He had a disappointing look on his face, as if Fang Junyi had really become his disciple. I. Fang Junyi lowered her head and gripped the sword in her hand tightly. She couldn't refute Ji Yu at all. Although Ji Yu's words were harsh, everything she said was true. You can't even beat a pig and you want to kill me? Don't joke around. Ji Yu was still sharp-tongued at this moment. Hearing this, Fang Junyi trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked straight at Ji Yu. I'll let you see it. She didn't even notice that small tears had formed at the corner of her eyes. Oh, is that so? The corners of Ji Yu's lips curled up slightly. Then let me take a good look. However, 10 minutes later. Bam! Fang Junyi was sent flying by a black bear and landed right in front of Ji Yu. Is this what you want me to see? The corners of Ji Yu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Fang Junyi gritted her teeth and ignored the pain all over her body. She got up and faced the black bear again. But before he could parry a few blows, he was sent flying by the brute force black bear. Seeing this, Ji Yu shook his head slightly. This black bear was also a second grade demonic beast. At most, it was only slightly stronger than the redbud demonic pig. However, Fang Junyi couldn't handle it. After being knocked down by the black bear so many times, Fang Junyi's confidence was greatly shaken. She wanted to prove herself in front of Jiyu, but she kept showing such a disgraceful performance. The pain all over her body slowed down Fang Junyi's reaction. At this moment, the black bear was already in front of her and its thick bare paw was about to slap her. She felt that she didn't have the strength to resist anymore. She subconsciously looked at Jiyu. However, Jiyu said with a disdainful expression, "You expect me to save a weakling like you?" Fang Junyi's pupils shrank. This sentence, this expression, directly hit her heart. She immediately revealed a crazy expression and a strange force was activated in her body. Seeing Fang Junyi like this, Jiyu's interest was instantly piqued. Fang Junyi released the last of her strength and condensed it into a sword that directly pierced the black bear's neck. This wave of desperate counterattacks caused Jiyu to look at Fang Junyi in a new light. "You're right. The strong preys on the weak. This is the rule of this world." Fang Junyi pulled out the thin sword that pierced through the black bear's neck and looked at Jiyu. Jiyu was silent for a moment and then complained, "You only killed a demonic beast of the same level half dead. Why are you pretending to be in front of me?" Jiyu's words made Fang Junyi's pretentious temperament disappear. "If you really intend to kill me, then you should properly train yourself here." Jiyu crossed her arms and said to Fang Junyi, "But I don't care about your life. If you're afraid of death, you can go back now." Chapter 272. I'm not afraid. Fang Junyi said without hesitation. After fighting with the demonic beasts twice, she could clearly feel that her strength had undergone a qualitative change. This kind of strength was not reflected in cultivation, but in actual combat. Although she did not know why Jiyu wanted to help her increase her strength, but since there was such a good opportunity, she naturally had to grab hold of it. As for life and death, there was nothing to be afraid of. If you're not afraid, then let's continue. Jiyu walked towards the depths of the demonic beast mountain range. Follow me. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank inferior thunder light transformation gained experience points. 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank inferior thunder light transformation gained experience points. 1 by 999 times. Jiyu already knew the inner regions of the demonic beast mountain range like the back of his hand, and he knew which demonic beasts were in which small areas. Right now, he brought Fang Junyi to a small area where demonic beasts appeared more frequently. The weakest demonic beasts were at the first level of the second grade, and the strongest were at the third level of the second grade. There were many of them, and this was a very suitable place for Fang Junyi to train. Okay, here it is. Jiyu found a rock and laid down, and said to Fang Junyi, "You go, I'll wait for you here." Fang Junyi nodded and walked forward with a solemn expression. There were a few giant wolves resting in front of them. Although they were only at the first level of the second grade, when there were many of them, it was very troublesome. Jiyu really laid down on the rock and did not care about Fang Junyi, and even started to cultivate by himself. Ding. Master has cultivated for 1 minute. Martial cultivation gained experience points. 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master has cultivated for 1 minute. Martial cultivation gained experience points. 10 by 999 times. After an unknown amount of time, Jiyu felt that Fang Junyi seemed to have finished her battle, and sat up. He saw Fang Junyi walking back weakly, and those giant wolves were already corpses. At this moment, Fang Junyi's body was covered in blood. Some of it belonged to the wolves, and some of it belonged to her. The red armor appeared even more vibrant under the stain of blood, and it also gave Fang Junyi a demonic aura. It's done. Let's continue looking for the next batch of demonic beasts. Jiyu didn't give Fang Junyi much time to rest. You should have some pills on you that can restore your profound chi and heal your injuries, right? Hurry and take them before you encounter the next batch of demonic beasts. Fang Junyi nodded and retrieved some pills from her storage ring as she walked. An entire day had passed, and almost all the demonic beasts in the vicinity had been killed by Fang Junyi at least once. Although Fang Junyi occasionally encountered life and death crises, in the end, she was more scared than hurt. In reality, It was Ji Yu who had deliberately arranged the order. The stronger demonic beasts were left behind by him. Otherwise, Fang Junyi would have died countless times already. In this day's time, Fang Junyi's harvest was considerable. Even if he did not deliberately cultivate, his martial arts cultivation base had broken through from the late stage of the second level of the defensive profound realm to the peak of the second level. However, this cultivation base wasn't the main point. Her actual combat ability had been greatly improved. With her current strength, she could defeat most of the peak stage of the second level of the defensive profound realm. It wasn't impossible for her to even contend with the average early stage of the third level of the defensive profound realm. Fang Junyi had to admit that all of this was thanks to Ji Yu. It's getting late, I should go back. At this moment, Ji Yu looked up at the sky and said, if you still want to stay here, then you can stay here. No need, I'm going back too. Fang Junyi said. It was not suitable to fight demonic beasts at night, so there was no point for her to stay here. Then let's go. As he spoke, Ji Yu walked towards the exit of the demonic beast mountain range. Thank you so much this time. After a few steps, Fang Junyi suddenly opened her mouth. Then she continued, but I still won't let you go in the end. It doesn't matter, you can do whatever you want. Ji Yu had a look of disapproval. This time, he purely felt that Fang Junyi was a talent with potential, so he brought Fang Junyi out to train. Fang Junyi's performance today didn't disappoint him too much. Her personality, but willpower, and other aspects were not bad. It was as if something strange had been mixed in, but it didn't matter. But this was the only time. In the future, he wouldn't have the leisure to bring Fang Junyi out to train. He still had to save his energy to deal with the evolving temple. Speaking of which, it's too slow to walk out like this. Do you want me to give you a ride? Ji Yu turned around and asked Fang Junyi. Fang Junyi was slightly stunned, then her face turned red. She said softly, no need, I can walk on my own. She couldn't help but think of the scene where Ji Yu had spanked her. No matter what, she didn't want to be carried on Ji Yu's shoulder like that again. Then you can walk slowly on your own. Ji Yu didn't care what Fang Junyi was thinking. He immediately used the lightning luster transformation and left the demonic beast mountain range. Ding! Master has used the lightning luster transformation. Lightning luster transformation gained experience, 1000 by 999 times. Ding! Master has used the lightning luster transformation. Lightning luster transformation gained experience, 1000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, the Earth rank low-level profound skill lightning luster transformation has successfully broken through to the mastery level. After so many days, the lightning luster transformation finally broke through again. Ji Yu hoped that the lightning luster transformation could reach the perfection level soon and upgrade to the Earth rank mid-level profound skill. But that would take a long time. As the night deepened, Ji Yu didn't wander around and directly returned to the City Lord's mansion. Ji Yu, you're back. Seeing Ji Yu return, Jiang Zhongtian asked curiously, where did you go today? Why didn't I see you the whole day? I just brought a little fool out to train. Ji Yu casually said. The little fool he was talking about was naturally Fang Junyi. Jiang Zhongtian didn't understand what Ji Yu was talking about. But at this time, Ji Yu had already returned to her own residence, so he could only be confused. After returning to her residence, Ji Yu washed up and fell into bed. Not long after, she fell asleep. When she woke up early the next morning, Ji Yu waited for the servant to deliver breakfast as usual. Breakfast was quickly delivered, but it also came with a piece of news. The servant placed the breakfast on the table and said to Ji Yu, City Lord, the City Lord's mansion of Yunchuan Ancient City has come to ask for a marriage alliance. They are now waiting for you in the meeting hall. Patriarch Jiang is also there. Now that Ji Yu was the new mansion lord, the servant no longer addressed Jiang Zhongtian as Mansion Lord Jiang or City Lord Jiang, but Patriarch Jiang. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was, why did the City Lord's mansion of Yunchuan Ancient City come to propose a marriage alliance? Chapter 273. Ji Yu didn't have much of an impression of Yunchuan Ancient City. Although it was also one of the ancient cities of the Kanglan Empire, Yunchuan Ancient City had little contact with Chaoyang Ancient City. There was nothing special about Yunchuan Ancient City, and its overall level was about the same as Chaoyang Ancient City. He didn't know what the city lord's mansion was planning to do this time. "I'll be there as soon as I finish eating," Jiyu said to the servant. The servant nodded and then left. Jiyu finished his breakfast in a few bites and then left for the meeting hall. Soon, he arrived outside the meeting hall. "City Lord." The elite guards who were patrolling around the area all greeted him respectfully. Walking into the meeting hall, he saw Jiang Zhongtian and some strangers that he had never seen before. Those strangers should be the city lord's mansion of Yunchuan Ancient City. Jiyu paid a little attention. The middle-aged man sitting at the front should be the leader, and his cultivation was at the Tongxian realm. Beside that person sat a slender and elegant young girl who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. Although she wasn't particularly beautiful, she was quite pretty. Moreover, the girl was still young, and she might become even more beautiful when she grew up. Jiyu looked at the group of people behind the man and the girl and found that they were all at the defensive mystic realm, with some weak and some strong. He could see that the other party was definitely not here to cause trouble, otherwise they wouldn't have brought so few people with low cultivation. "Jiyu, you're here." At this time, Jiang Zhongtian greeted. As Jiang Zhongtian spoke, the people of Yunchuan Ancient City also noticed Jiyu, who walked in from outside the meeting hall. When they found that this young man was the person they were looking for, the middle-aged man in the lead stood up and saluted Jiyu. "I am the city lord of Yunchuan Ancient City, Yang Wen. Greetings to you, city lord. Nice to meet you." Jiyu didn't put on airs and said politely, "I heard that your mansion is here today for a marriage alliance. What's going on?" At this time, Jiyu was already sitting next to Jiang Zhongtian. Jiang Zhongtian didn't say a word. This was Jiyu's matter, so it wasn't appropriate for him to interfere. "I've long heard of City Lord Ji's great name. Coincidentally, my daughter has just turned 16, so I'm here to propose marriage to City Lord Ji," Yang Wen said. He had indeed taken a fancy to Jiyu. She wasn't even 18 years old, but her strength had already reached the second tier of the Kanglan Empire. She even had the courage to go against the Kanglan Empire Academy. Whether it was talent or courage, no one in the entire Kanglan Empire could compare to him. He desperately wanted to climb up the social ladder with Jiyu. If he succeeded, he would never have to worry about wealth and glory for the rest of his life. "I see." Jiyu nodded slightly. In that instant, he took notice of the young girl beside Yang Wen. She was the daughter that Yang Wen had mentioned. Although the girl hid it very well, he still caught a trace of worry. "This is a token of my sincerity." Yang Wen fished out a high-quality storage ring. He was just about to give a proper introduction when he was interrupted by Jiyu. "Wait a moment." Jiyu said, "Your sincerity is very good, but I already have a marriage contract." "You have a marriage contract?" Yang Wen was momentarily stunned. He had never heard of this before. "When did Jiyu have a marriage contract?" "That's right." Jiyu gestured toward Jiang Zhongtian. "Family head Jiang's 2 daughters are now my fiancées." It was normal for the other party to be so surprised. After all, he only had a simple marriage contract with Jiang Yuchu and Jiang Yushin. It wasn't made public. Then why don't you let my daughter stay by City Lord Ji's side as a concubine?" Yang Wen was clearly a little flustered. Jiyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt that there was something wrong with this guy. Jiyu observed the young girl again and found that there was a subtle change in her expression. She seemed a little worried and uneasy. "But your daughter doesn't seem to be very willing," Jiyu said. "How is that possible?" Yang Wen abruptly took a look, and only then did he notice his daughter's subtle expression. The young girl was startled and hurriedly put on a very happy smile. However, in Jiyu's eyes, this smile was very forced and deliberate. "City Lord Ji, please don't worry. My daughter won't be unwilling. She has admired you for a long time," Yang Wen said with a smile. "I only believe in my own feelings." Jiyu propped up his chin with one hand and said indifferently, "My apologies, please leave." Yang Wen was instantly speechless. He sat in a daze for a long time before he got up and left with his people. When he walked out of the conference hall with his back to Ji-yu, his expression became very gloomy. The young girl next to him secretly glanced at her father. Seeing her father's expression, she was so scared that she immediately withdrew her gaze. Her small face also became a little pale. Ji-yu watched the people of Yunchuan ancient city leave lazily. He noticed that the young girl was cowering when she left. It was obvious that she was afraid of something. At this time, Jiang Zhongtian felt more and more admiration for Ji-yu. With just a few words, he persuaded the people of Yunchuan ancient city to go back. If it were him, he didn't know how long he would have to entangle with Yang Wen. Through the communication between Ji-yu and Yang Wen just now, Jiang Zhongtian also saw the strangeness of the young girl opposite him. If he was not wrong, the young girl should have been forced by Yang Wen to come here for a marriage alliance. Ji-yu was indeed very outstanding. However, it was normal for a little girl to be forced into a marriage with someone she had never met before. It was also normal for her to be reluctant. Although this kind of political marriage was very common, he still didn't like it. There shouldn't be anything else. Then I'll leave first. With that, Ji-yu also left the meeting hall. He was a little worried about the young girl just now, so he planned to follow her and take a look. Ding! Master has taken a step. Earth rank inferior profound skill thunder light transformation has gained experience. 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has taken a step. Earth rank inferior profound skill thunder light transformation has gained experience. 1 by 999 times. Ji-yu followed him all the way out of the City Lord's mansion. Sure enough, as soon as he walked out of the City Lord's mansion, Yang Wen began to scold his daughter. I was so close to succeeding, you piece of trash, what use do I have for you? Yang Wen pointed at the young girl and scolded with a gloomy expression. The others wanted to stop him, but they didn't dare. They were afraid of being implicated. The young girl lowered her head, her two small hands tightly gripping the corner of her clothes, not daring to say a word. The first tear fell uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, Yang Wen became even angrier. You still dare to cry for me? Yang Wen was so angry that he raised his hand and slapped the young girl. However, in the next moment, he felt as if his wrist was clamped by an iron clamp, unable to move at all. Chapter 274. Yang Wen was startled because Ji-yu had appeared in front of him at some point in time. I didn't expect you to be so useless. Ji-yu clicked her tongue and said. To vent all his anger on a young girl who had just turned 16, if this wasn't incompetence, then what was? City Lord Ji, why are you here? Yang Wen turned pale with fright. Do I have to ask you where I am? Ji-yu said coldly. No, that's not what I meant. Yang Wen said in fear. Ji-yu let go of Yang Wen's wrist and looked at the girl. What's your name? Yang Qingxue. The girl said softly. Looking at the boy who stood up for her, she felt a subtle change in her heart. Yang Qingxue, right? I'll give you two choices. One is to stay with your father, and the other is to join the Chenyuan martial house. Ji-yu said, if you want, I can let you enter the Chenyuan martial house tomorrow. Hearing this, Yang Qingxue was stunned. The Chenyuan martial house had become famous recently. Almost everyone knew that it had surpassed the Kanglan Empire Academy to become the #1 holy land for martial arts. The higher the status of the Chenyuan martial house, the higher the requirements for enrollment. According to the current rules, with her talent and strength, the chances of her entering the Chenyuan martial house were very slim. But this lord in front of her could let her join the Chenyuan martial house directly. This was undoubtedly a great temptation for her. Once she joined the Chenyuan martial house, her life would change greatly. But, thank you for your kindness, Lord, but I still want to stay with my father. Yang Qingxue shook her head slowly. Yang Wen was stunned when he heard this. His eyes were full of shock. Okay, I'll respect your decision. Ji-yu said calmly, this is your family's matter. It has nothing to do with me. That's all. After that, Ji-yu turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared. Ding! Master has used lightning luster transformation. Lightning luster transformation gained experience. 1000*999 ek. After Ji-yu left, Yang Wen knelt down weakly. He grabbed onto young Qingshue's clothes as tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. He kept apologizing, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. His daughter could choose between him and the Chenyuan martial house, but he always vented his anger on his daughter. Ji Yu was right. He was too incompetent. Young Qingxue lowered her head and looked at her father's hair. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on her face. As if nothing had happened, Ji Yu leisurely walked back to her residence. Now that the entire Chaoyang ancient city had been reorganized by him, most people didn't dare to do anything rashly under his prestige. As for the few who were not afraid of death and insisted on causing trouble, he could only say that he would do as much as he could. What could he do if the other party wanted to court death? After 3 days, Ji Yu planned to return to the royal city and make a trip to the Alchemist Guild, which was also the Master Alchemist Association. Previously, when he was still in the Chenyuan martial house, the Master Alchemist Association had sent people to invite him many times, but he had rejected them all. Now that there was nothing urgent for him to do, he had to make a trip no matter what. At the same time, he had to go to the Thousand Treasure Pavilion to inquire about the Evolving Temple. Otherwise, he wouldn't know much about the Evolving Temple. For the next 3 days, other than going out to reorganize as usual, Ji Yu stayed in her residence and consumed elixirs to improve her cultivation. Ding. Master has consumed a superior grade 4 elixir, Martial Dao cultivation gained experience, 100,000 999 ek. Ding. Master has consumed a mediocre grade 4 elixir, Martial Dao cultivation gained experience, 80,000 999 ek. Ding. Congratulations Master, your cultivation has successfully broken through to peak LV4 Tongxian stage. Ding. Congratulations Master, your cultivation has successfully broken through to early LV5 Tongxian stage. Now that Ji Yu didn't lack money at all, there was no need for her to refine elixirs herself. She could just use gold coins to buy elixirs for consumption. However, when her cultivation broke through to defensive profound realm LV5, she stopped consuming elixirs. Every time she used elixirs to break through, it was best to stabilize her cultivation base first. Otherwise, her cultivation base would become unstable and unstable. After the 3rd day, Ji Yu bid farewell to Jiang Zhongtian and returned to King City. However, there were too few spirit ships that went directly from Chaoyang Ancient City to King City. They were either under maintenance or had empty slots, so Ji Yu could only take a carriage to Chaoyang Ancient City. The main reason was that Chaoyang Ancient City was relatively barren, so she decided to discuss with the Thousand Treasure Pavilion before returning to King City. After all, the spirit ships belonged to the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Dressed in a black robe as usual, Ji Yu didn't encounter any trouble on the way back and smoothly returned to King City. Without wasting any time, Ji Yu went straight to the Master Alchemist Association. From the outside, the Master Alchemist Association was at least 2 to 3 times larger than the Chaoyang branch. When she stepped into the Master Alchemist Association, she was asked by the guard to show her Master Alchemist badge. Ji Yu then showed his Alchemist badge to the guard. It was also at this time that she suddenly remembered that her Master Alchemist badge seemed to be stuck at Superior Grade 1. However, her alchemy skills had already reached Superior Grade 5. Superior Grade 1? The guard looked at Ji Yu's badge with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Forget it, I'll let you in. In King City, even a Grade 2 Master Alchemist was considered ordinary. Not to mention a Grade 1 Master Alchemist, even a lowly guard dared to look down on him. One had to know that in the Master Alchemist Association, there was a superior Grade 5 Master Alchemist, which was the current president of the Master Alchemist Association, who was very close to becoming a Grade 6 Master Alchemist. Once they reached Grade 6, they would no longer be called Master Alchemist, but Master Alchemist. They were on a completely different level from ordinary Master Alchemists. Although there were Grade 7, Grade 8, and even Grade 9 above Grade 6, no one dared to have extravagant hopes. Including the president, there were a few Grade 5 Master Alchemists in the Master Alchemist Association. Although there were not many Grade 4 Master Alchemists, there were still quite a few of them. This made Grade 2 Master Alchemists very ordinary, and Grade 1 Master Alchemists were even more despised. However, Ji-yu did not care at all. He could not be bothered to argue with a guard. However, there was a change in his thoughts now. He planned to increase the level of his Master Alchemist badge first, then look for the person who had invited him here many times. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Just then, a receptionist walked over. "I want to participate in the Master Alchemist exam," Ji-yu said. After participating in the Master Alchemist exam, one could increase the corresponding level of their Master Alchemist badge after passing the exam. "Yes, please follow me, sir." The receptionist nodded and then led the way for Ji-yu. Chapter 275. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank low grade profound skill thunder light transformation gained experience. 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank low grade profound skill thunder light transformation gained experience. 1 by 999 times. Ji-yu followed the receptionist to the venue where the alchemist assessment was held. The entire venue was huge, enough to hold a few thousand people, but most of the seats were for the audience. Simply put, this venue was not much different from the Colosseum in Rome. The four sides were for the audience, and the middle area at the bottom was where the alchemist assessment was held. However, there was a big difference, and that was that the audience could not make a lot of noise, but they could still communicate normally. This was because the entire venue was set up with a sound reduction array, and it was different from the sound concealment array used during the alchemy conference. This array was able to reduce the sound level of the entire venue. As long as the audience did not make a lot of noise, it would not affect the alchemist taking the assessment. If anyone broke the rules, they would be chased out by the Alchemist Guild, or even blacklisted by the Alchemist Guild. The entire Kanglan Empire's Alchemist Guild would no longer welcome that person. Ji-yu walked down unhurriedly. Before the alchemist assessment began, she had to register first. The area below was divided into two sections, one for the alchemist assessment, and the other for the examinees. "I want to register for the alchemist assessment," Ji-yu said to the person in charge of the registration. "Give me your alchemist badge first," the person in charge said impatiently. Hearing this, Ji-yu immediately passed her alchemist badge to him. "First grade high-grade alchemist." Seeing the alchemist badge handed over by the black-robed man, the person in charge became even more impatient. "Hurry up and tell me, what level of alchemist assessment do you want to participate in, then tell me your name." "Fifth grade middle grade alchemist assessment, and my name is Ji-yu," Ji-yu said calmly. The person in charge was stunned. "Huh? You're here to cause trouble, right?" A mere superior grade 1 alchemist actually wanted to take the grade 5 middle grade alchemist assessment. Not only that, she even dared to call herself Ji-yu. In the entire Kanglan Empire, who didn't know who Ji-yu was? That was an elite that stood on the second tier. Not only that, but he had also once obtained first place in the alchemy conference. How could a super genius who excelled in both martial arts and alchemy be a superior grade 1 alchemist? The person in charge was almost 100% sure that this black-robed man had deliberately come here to cause trouble. "Men, chase this troublemaker out of here." He was already in a bad mood today, and now that he met such a troublemaker, his temper exploded. Fortunately, there was no one taking the alchemist assessment at this time, so it was fine to be noisy. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable. At this time, Ji-yu was completely speechless. He clearly didn't do anything, but trouble came knocking on his door. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have used the black robe to cover his face. That way, there wouldn't be so many problems. What happened here? Originally, Ji-yu wanted to directly reveal his face, but suddenly, he heard a very familiar voice behind him. This cold and pleasant voice reminded him of Yu Shuyun. Ji-yu subconsciously turned around and found that it was indeed Yu Shuyun. "Miss Yu, why are you here?" Seeing the person's face clearly, the person in charge immediately said respectfully. Yu Shuyun was a top-ranked alchemist genius in the Alchemist Guild. The master behind her was also the vice president of the Alchemist Guild. Naturally, he had to be respectful. "I had a breakthrough a while ago, so I planned to take the grade 3 upper grade alchemist assessment today," Yu Shuyun said. "Then what happened here just now?" The person in charge's voice attracted the attention of many people. Didn't Miss Yu Shuyun just become a grade 3 middle grade alchemist a while ago? Unexpectedly, she is going to take the grade 3 upper grade alchemist assessment so soon. Sure enough, this kind of genius is not something we can see. I remember when she first came to the Alchemist Guild, she was only a grade 2 middle grade alchemist. In just a few months, she is already going to take the grade 3 upper grade alchemist assessment. In comparison, I have been studying for so long, but I am still hovering around the grade 2 alchemist level, sigh. Previously, it should be because Yu Shuyun didn't find the right path. Ever since she came to our Alchemist Guild and was accepted as a disciple by the vice president, she suddenly improved by leaps and bounds. Seeing Yu Shuyun appear, their topic shifted to Yu Shuyun. This guy deliberately came here to cause trouble. I was really angry, so I came. The person in charge pointed at Jiyu and said, "What's going on?" Yu Shuyun's gaze fell on the black-robed man pointed at by the person in charge. For some reason, although she couldn't see the black-robed man's face, she had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He is only a grade 1 upper grade alchemist, but he directly wants to take the grade 5 middle grade alchemist assessment. He even claims to be Jiyu. The person in charge complained to Yu Shuyun. He believed that after telling Yu Shuyun this, Yu Shuyun would definitely not let that guy go. When the surrounding people heard this, they also started to talk about it. No wonder he is so angry. If I met such a guy, I wouldn't be happy. This is too arrogant. A mere grade 1 alchemist wants to take the grade 5 alchemist assessment and claims to be Jiyu. Fortunately, Jiyu is not here. Otherwise, with Jiyu's fearless personality, I'm afraid that she would destroy all of us in a fit of anger. However, Yu Shuyun's performance was a little abnormal. She stared at the black-robed man in front of her, her eyes full of emotions. Is it really you? Yu Shuyun's body seemed to be uncontrollably walking towards the black-robed man. The person in charge didn't notice Yu Shuyun's strange behavior. He watched with a smile, waiting for Yu Shuyun to deal with that guy. The surrounding people also looked like they were watching a show. But the next moment, the scene that happened shocked everyone's eyes. Yu Shuyun's jade-like hands trembled slightly as she lifted the black robe on the other party's head. After confirming the other party's true appearance, she immediately couldn't help but hug him. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The point wasn't that Yu Shuyun was hugging a man tightly. The point was that the black-robed man was actually Jiyu herself. This was really too explosive, and no one was able to calm down. Especially the person in charge, as if he had dementia. His jaw seemed to be dislocated and he couldn't even close his mouth. Chapter 276. He was dumbfounded as if his brain had been stirred up. He didn't even know how to write the word regret. He was so shocked that he didn't have any thoughts. He stood there stiffly like a wooden man. "It's me." Jiyu patted Yu Shuyun's back gently and said with a smile. At this time, Yu Shuyun realized that her reaction was too extreme. She hugged Jiyu for a while and then let go of him. She hadn't seen Jiyu face to face for a long time. All the thoughts that she had accumulated all the time burst out at this moment. "Why do you have time to come here?" Yu Shuyun suppressed the excitement in her heart and her expression returned to its usual calmness. Her master had sent people to the Chenyuan martial house many times to invite Jiyu to be a guest, but Jiyu refused every time. She thought that Jiyu was very busy recently. She didn't expect that Jiyu would suddenly appear here today. "I do have time for the time being, so I came to see you," Jiyu said. He learned to be smarter now. He didn't mention his main purpose, so that he could make Yu Shuyun happy. He really didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Yu Shuyun. Except for the time when Yu Shuyun pushed him to the bed, he really didn't have a deep impression of Yu Shuyun. But this time, he had a particularly deep impression of her. Yes. Yu Shuyun was so happy that she revealed a faint smile. She, who was innocent, didn't think too much. She thought what Jiyu said was true. "By the way, you are also going to take the alchemist examination, right?" Jiyu asked. "Yes." Yu Shuyun nodded and said, "Let's go together." "Yes, I can." Jiyu glanced at the person in charge as she said, "But I am in some trouble now." "You saw it just now." He is my friend, not a troublemaker. Yu Shuyun said to the person in charge in a cold tone. Oh, the person in charge had already turned into a fool. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. He could only stand there in a daze. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Ji-yu, you can just take the alchemist assessment with me. Yu Shuyun said to Ji-yu. Registering one's personal information was just a formality. It didn't matter if one didn't register it. For example, every time she came here to participate in the alchemist assessment, she didn't need to register at all. She could just start right away. Then let's do as you say. Ji-yu said. He didn't care, and he wasn't interested in making things difficult for the person in charge. Then, Yu Shuyun led Ji-yu into the assessment area and explained to the examiner directly. I want to take the 3rd grade superior alchemist assessment. Yu Shuyun said, after that, he will have to take the 5th grade middle-level alchemist assessment. She paused in the middle of her sentence. Because she was too excited before, it wasn't until now that she realized that Ji-yu was going to take the 5th grade middle-level alchemist assessment. Yu Shuyun smiled as she thought of this. That's right, this was the Ji-yu that she had always known, the super genius who was the best in both martial arts and alchemy in the Kanglan Empire. The 5th grade middle-level alchemist assessment. The examiner was so excited that he accidentally broke the pen in his hand. He didn't know what happened at the registration area just now. After taking a closer look at the young man in the black robe, he realized that it was actually the famous Ji-yu. Ji-yu's portrait had already spread to every household in the Kanglan Empire. So almost everyone could recognize Ji-yu, and the examiner was no exception. Seeing that it was Ji-yu, the examiner didn't care about anything else and said respectfully, okay, the two of you can start the assessment now. Okay. Ji-yu and Yu Shuyun both nodded and walked to their respective positions. At this time, the examiner still couldn't calm down. He knew that Ji-yu was the 2nd-tier Tongxian in the Kanglan Empire. He also knew that Ji-yu had won 1st place in the Alchemy Conference's 2-person competition. But even so, he didn't dare to believe that Ji-yu actually had the ability to challenge the 5th grade middle-level alchemist assessment. The 5th grade middle-level alchemist assessment wasn't a child's play. Looking at the entire Kanglan Empire, the one who stood at the peak of alchemy was their respected president, the one and only 5th grade upper-level alchemist in the Kanglan Empire. And if Ji-yu really had the ability to challenge the 5th grade middle-level alchemist, didn't that mean that Ji-yu was already the number 1 alchemist under the president? A 16-year-old youth. Did he really have such terrifying talent in alchemy? He didn't dare to imagine it. After a long while, the examiner finally calmed down. No matter what, he could only watch silently. He couldn't wait to see what the final result would be. On the other side, Ji-yu was taking the assessment next to Yu Shuyun. Yu Shuyun couldn't help but feel nostalgic. She hadn't refined pills with Ji-yu in a long time. Very soon, the two of them officially began to refine medicinal pills. Ding! Detected that Master has started refining a 5th grade middle-level pill. Success rate increased by 999 times. Ding! Master has used the Mystical Spirit Fire Seal. Mystical Spirit Fire Seal gained experience, 1500 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations Master, the 4th grade lower level alchemy seal Mystical Spirit Fire Seal has successfully broken through to the mastery level. With the 999 times success rate and the support of the Mystical Spirit Fire Seal, as long as Ji-yu was a little more serious, successfully refining a 5th grade middle level pill was only a matter of time. After an unknown amount of time, he leisurely refined a medium grade 5 medicinal pill. Ding! Master has successfully refined the barrier breaking pill. Pill Dao attainment gained experience, 5500 by 999 times. This barrier breaking pill was randomly selected by Ji-yu for the assessment. Its effect was to allow a Tongxian realm martial cultivator to break through the bottleneck instantly. It was classified as a 5th grade middle level pill. For example, if a martial cultivator was stuck at the peak of the 2nd level of Tongxian realm for a long time, he could break through the bottleneck by consuming a single barrier breaking pill. It might even overflow and allow the martial cultivator to break through to the middle level of the third level of Tongxian realm in one go. If it was Ji Yu who consumed this barrier-breaking pill, she would be able to break through from the early level of the fifth level of Tongxian realm to the later level of the fifth level of Tongxian realm. It was much more effective than consuming a bunch of third and fourth grade pills. It was a pity that Ji Yu couldn't keep this barrier-breaking pill for herself. She had to return it to the Master Alchemist Association. After all, the ingredients for refining the barrier-breaking pill were provided by the association. Coincidentally, Yu Shuyun had refined the pill around the same time as Ji Yu. She couldn't help but feel astonished. She had only refined a third-grade upper-level pill, while Ji Yu had refined a fifth-grade middle-level pill. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. It was like the difference between the body-tempering realm and the Tongxian realm. They weren't even on the same level. Chapter 277. What a coincidence, you've also finished refining. Ji Yu said to Yu Shuyun. En. Yu Shuyun said, as expected, you're still so amazing. Back at the alchemy conference, there was already a huge gap between her and Ji Yu. After learning from her master for so long, her improvement was very big. She originally thought that she could slightly close the gap between her and Ji Yu. But today, she saw that the gap between her and Ji Yu was actually getting bigger and bigger. But now, Yu Shuyun had already seen through it. As long as she could stay together with Ji Yu, she would be satisfied. After that, Ji Yu and Yu Shuyun handed the refined pills to the examiner for appraisal. Looking at the barrier-breaking pill refined by Ji Yu, the examiner was really shocked. Originally, he thought that Ji Yu being able to successfully refine the barrier-breaking pill was already enough to shock him. In the end, not only did she successfully refine it, her speed was also so fast. The quality of the pill was also impeccable. This level of refining pills was already comparable to the guild leader. How is it? After waiting for a long time, Ji Yu didn't hear the examiner's reply, so she tried to ask. At this time, the examiner returned to his senses and hurriedly said, I'll go and prepare the alchemist badges for the two of you. Not long later, the examiner came back with 2 alchemist badges. One was an alchemist badge with 3 purple stars engraved on it, and the other was an alchemist badge with 5 blue stars engraved on it. The number of stars represented the alchemist's grade, and the color represented the 3 grades of low, middle, and high. It was very obvious that one was a high-grade 3rd-grade alchemist badge, and the other was a middle-grade 5th-grade alchemist badge. The examiner respectfully handed the 2 badges to Yu Shuyun and Ji Yu respectively. As for Ji Yu and Yu Shuyun, they returned their old emblems to the examiner. They couldn't keep their old emblems for themselves, they had to return them to the Alchemist Guild. With the Grade 5 Intermediate Alchemist badge in hand, Ji Yu would no longer be despised by others for no reason. In any case, the status of a superior grade alchemist was indeed too low. Then I'll bring you to meet my master. He's the one who invited you here many times. At this time, Yu Shuyun said to Ji Yu. All right. Ji Yu nodded in surprise. He remembered that at that time, the person who sent the invitation claimed to be the vice president of the Alchemist Guild. He did not expect that Yu Shuyun would actually be accepted as a disciple by the vice president. In order to avoid being noticed, Ji Yu continued to wear a black robe to cover her face. With Yu Shuyun by his side, there wouldn't be any blind fellows looking for trouble. Even so, the rate of passers-by turning their heads was still very high. Who is that black-robed person? He's actually walking together with Yu Shuyun. Yu Shuyun is usually very cold and won't casually walk together with others. Looks like that black-robed person is an incredible person. But I remember that young Master Qin has always been chasing after Yu Shuyun. If this black-robed person is a man, that would be interesting. The news of Ji Yu's appearance in the Alchemist Guild had not spread yet, so the surrounding people were curious about the identity of that black-robed person. Ding. Master has taken a step, Earth rank inferior grade profound skill lightning ray transformation obtained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step, Earth rank inferior grade profound skill lightning ray transformation obtained experience, 1 by 999 times. As Ji Yu walked, She unintentionally heard the surrounding discussions. She asked curiously, "Who is young Master Qin?" "You should be talking about the guild president's son, Qin Xiaotong," Yu Shuyun said. "I don't know," Ji Yu said, "but since he's the guild president's son, then the so-called young Master Qin should be him." "What's wrong with him?" Yu Shuyun asked with a puzzled expression. "Nothing." Ji Yu shook her head. Seeing that Yu Shuyun didn't seem to have any impression of that Qin Xiaotong, he didn't plan to continue asking. Ji Yu didn't finish speaking halfway, causing Yu Shuyun to be very puzzled. Not long after, Ji Yu followed Yu Shuyun to an alchemy room. He had never seen such a high-end alchemy room. With one look, he knew that it was specially used by some big shot in the alchemist guild. "Master." Once they entered the alchemy room, Yu Shuyun called out, "Disciple, you're back." Only a grey-robed old man was in the alchemy room. While he was busy with the things in his hands, he said, "Did you pass the third-grade superior alchemist test?" "Disciple succeeded," Yu Shuyun said. "Very good. Next, Master will help you break through to the fourth-grade alchemist in half a year as soon as possible." The grey-robed old man looked very satisfied, but he still lowered his head. "Master, Ji Yu came with me," Yu Shuyun said. Hearing this, the grey-robed old man immediately raised his head and widened his eyes. Only then did he realize that there was a black-robed man beside Yu Shuyun. "This is Ji Yu." The grey-robed old man stared at the black-robed man and asked, "That's me." Ji Yu immediately took off her black robe and revealed her true appearance. "I've heard so much about you. Ji Yu, you're finally here." After confirming that it was Ji Yu, the grey-robed old man immediately smiled respectfully. "I was quite busy a while ago, so it took me so long to come over," Ji Yu said. "It's fine." The grey-robed old man said, "It's not a big deal. I just wanted to take a look at the man that my disciple is so concerned about." Hearing the grey-robed old man's words, Ji Yu couldn't help but look at Yu Shuyun beside her. Feeling Ji Yu's gaze, Yu Shuyun also looked at Ji Yu. The two of them looked at each other like this. Looking at each other, Yu Shuyun didn't show the slightest shyness as she stared straight at Ji Yu. On the contrary, Ji Yu was the first to look away in embarrassment. At this moment, Ji Yu suddenly reacted. No wonder Yu Shuyun was so excited when they met earlier. It turned out that she had always been worried about her. The grey-robed old man sized up Ji Yu from head to toe and kept nodding. "You have a monstrous talent in both martial and alchemy. You have an outstanding character and courage, and your appearance is also very handsome. You are indeed a rare genius. No wonder my disciple is infatuated with you. Senior, you flatter me," Ji Yu said modestly. However, Yu Shuyun didn't express any reaction to the grey-robed old man's teasing. Her expression didn't even change at all. Like is like. To her, there was nothing to be shy about. If she was shy, it would make her doubt whether she really liked Ji Yu. How nice. This time, the grey-robed old man truly saw Yu Shuyun's concept of emotions and couldn't help but sigh. But in his opinion, this was only Yu Shuyun's one-sided love for Ji Yu. As for whether Ji Yu liked Yu Shuyun or not, that was a matter between the two juniors. Moreover, even if he wanted to interfere, he couldn't. Chapter 278. As they chatted, Ji Yu found out that the grey-robed old man's name was Duan Mo Wen. Senior Duan Mo Wen and Yu Shuyun's father were good friends, which was why Yu Shuyun was accepted by Duan Mo Wen as his disciple. Yu Shuyun's father was the president of the Chaoyang branch, so it wasn't strange for him to be on good terms with senior Duan Mo Wen. "What? You've already become a medium grade 5 alchemist?" Duan Mo Wen was shocked when they accidentally talked about the alchemist badge. "Yes, I just passed the exam and got my badge." Ji Yu showed him her alchemist badge. This, Duan Mo Wen was so shocked that he couldn't speak. As the vice president, he was also a medium grade 5 alchemist, and in the Kanglan Empire, he was second only to the president. This meant that Ji Yu was now on the same level as him. More importantly, according to his reliable sources, Ji Yu was only 16 years old, and he was already an old man. At this moment, Duan Mo Wen finally realized how terrifying this young man was. A 16-year-old Tongxian realm cultivator and a 5th-grade alchemist, even in the entire southern region, there wouldn't be a second person like this. Because a person's energy was limited, it wasn't that there weren't any martial arts geniuses in the southern region who reached the Tongxian realm at the age of 16. But martial arts geniuses were martial arts geniuses, and all their energy was focused on martial arts, not alchemy at the same time. What's more, a 5th-grade alchemist was many times rarer than a Tongxian realm martial artist. Alchemists were built on the foundation of martial artists, and although their martial arts talent wasn't particularly high, it couldn't be too bad either. To become a 5th-grade alchemist, one had to be a Tongxian realm martial artist, or else they wouldn't have enough Xian Qi to refine a 5th-grade pill. But a Tongxian realm martial artist wasn't necessarily a 5th-grade alchemist. Simply put, it was much easier to reach the Tongxian realm than to become a medium grade 5 alchemist. Even in the southern region, there were almost no 16-year-old medium grade 5 alchemists. At this moment, Mo Wen suddenly realized that Ji Yu's alchemy talent was actually more outstanding than her martial arts talent. In the past, Ji Yu displayed more monstrous talent in martial arts, and not many people knew about her alchemy talent. Everyone's knowledge of Ji Yu's alchemy was stopped at the alchemy conference, and almost no one knew that Ji Yu was already a medium grade 5 alchemist. However, the matter of Ji Yu participating in the alchemist assessment today and obtaining the intermediate grade 5 alchemist badge must have already been known by many people. At the latest tomorrow, it would cause a sensation in the entire Navy Wave Empire. At this time, Mo Wen had already made a decision in his heart. As long as he was on good terms with Ji Yu, there was no need to be too deliberate. Esmos Wurzizizizis SSS SSS. Strictly speaking, the Alchemist Guild could be called the Kanglan Alchemy Guild. The Kanglan Alchemy Guild stood aloof from worldly affairs in the Southern Region's Alchemy Alliance, so there was no need to force Ji Yu to go against the other alchemy guilds. They just needed to maintain a good relationship. Then, let Yu Shuyun bring Ji Yu around the Alchemist Guild. After calming down, Duan Mo Wen opened his mouth. He was an old man and didn't have much to say. Young people should stay with young people, not to mention that he wanted to matchmake Ji Yu and Yu Shuyun. Okay. Yu Shuyun nodded. Then, Ji Yu and Yu Shuyun left together. However, the two of them stayed alone for a long time, but there was no progress. Because Yu Shuyun thought this was enough, the two of them walked around the Alchemist Guild like normal people. Soon, the news of Ji Yu becoming an intermediate grade 5 alchemist in the Alchemist Guild reached the guild's president, Kiran. But when Kiran wanted to meet Ji Yu, he found that Ji Yu had already left. In less than half a day, this news spread throughout the King City and quickly spread to other ancient cities. After leaving the Alchemist Guild, Ji Yu immediately went to the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. Now that the news of him becoming an intermediate grade 5 alchemist had spread, it would attract the Evolving Temple's attention. So he had to quickly ask about the Evolving Temple's information. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. When he arrived at the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion in the King City, it looked like a towering restaurant. Its layout was many times more luxurious than the Cool Breeze restaurant in the shining ancient city. But in reality, the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion's business covered all kinds of industries. Divine weapons, elixirs, martial arts manuals, bounty missions, slave trading, and so on. As long as it was a profitable business, the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion would dabble in it. Of course, information trading was also included. This time, Ji Yu came to the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion for information trading. Walking into the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion's first-floor hall, Ji Yu said directly to the front desk, "I'm here to look for Lung Rumeng." After the 3-sex tournament, when Lung Rumeng sent someone to give him a gift, she said that he could look for Lung Rumeng at any time if he needed anything. This voice attracted the attention of many people in the hall. Those who knew about the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion were almost all the young miss of the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, Leng Rumeng. Not only was she the daughter of the owner of the Kanglan Empire's 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, but she also had a beautiful face. If anyone could get Lung Rumeng, they would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their life. Chapter 279. However, they all knew that they were not qualified to pursue Lung Ruming, so they only dared to think about it in private. Not to mention them, even the top geniuses in the Kanglan Empire might not be able to enter Lung Ruming's eyes. After thinking about it, they guessed that only the genius Ji, who had recently exploded in fame, was worthy of this young miss. Especially the shocking news that Ji had just been promoted to a middle grade 5 alchemist. It had once again refreshed their horizons. It turned out that such a genius really existed in this world. She was only 16 years old, but her martial strength was ranked second in the Kanglan Empire, and her alchemy skills were second only to one person. And this was only for now. What kind of level could Ji grow to in the future was something that they could not imagine at all. Now, they could only sigh. Ji was indeed worthy of being the Kanglan Empire's #1 genius. In the end, even if Lung Ruming liked Ji might not like Lung Ruming. In their opinion, Ji should be a cultivation maniac who did not care about love at all. The person in charge of the front desk was an average-looking woman with heavy makeup. Of course, this was only for Ji. This was the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, so it was impossible for an ordinary woman to be the front desk. When she heard what the black-robed man said, she immediately frowned. "Sir, may I ask why you are looking for Miss Lung?" Although she felt that this black-robed man was very strange, she had to speak politely to the guest due to her identity. This was the first time she met someone who directly said that he was looking for Miss Lung. Miss Lung was the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion's precious daughter. How could she be found by just anyone? Just say 9 words to your young miss: brilliant light ancient city, cool breeze in spirit ship. She will understand. Ji said. Although it was most convenient to directly reveal his identity, he could not do so in this situation. He was here to gather information. If he casually revealed his identity, the Evolution Temple would quickly know his whereabouts. The receptionist seemed to be in a difficult position. Not to mention that she could not leave the front desk casually. Even if she could leave the front desk, she was not qualified to meet Miss Lung. "Let him come up." Suddenly, an icy cold voice came from above. The lady at the front desk subconsciously looked up and realized that Miss Lung was standing by the corridor on the 3rd floor. Ji looked up at the same time and saw Lung Ruming looking at her. "Our young lady invites you upstairs." The receptionist regained her senses and immediately said respectfully to Ji. His tone was much more respectful than before. For Miss Lung to personally invite him upstairs, this black-robed man's identity was definitely not ordinary. The other people in the hall were all shocked. For Miss Lung to personally come out to receive her, the first person they thought of was Ji. Furthermore, this black-robed man's attire was exactly the same as Ji's. However, there was no evidence to prove it. It was just a guess, so they did not dare to jump to conclusions. Hearing the chatter around, Ji had already expected this situation. However, it did not matter to him. He had already found Lung Ruming. As long as he was fast enough to gather information, he was not afraid of being discovered by the Evolution Temple. Ji nodded slightly and walked up to the 2nd floor of the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. "I just came out for a walk. I didn't expect you to come," Lung Ruming said to the black-robed man. Although the black-robed man had not revealed his face, she had already recognized him from the conversation below. "It was Ji. I'm here to gather information from you." Ji went straight to the point. Since Lung Ruming had already recognized him, there was no need for him to take off his black robe. "What information?" Lung Ruming said, "If it's you, I can provide you with any information for free." "Thank you." Ji thanked her first before continuing. "I want to know about the Evolution Temple." "I want as much as you can." Evolution Temple. At the mention of these 4 words, Lung Ruming's expression instantly became solemn. "There are too many people here. Come with me to a place first," Lung Ruming said solemnly. "Okay." Ji replied. Ding. Master has taken a step forward. Earth rank low-level thunder light transformation gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step forward. Earth rank low-level thunder light transformation gained experience, 1 by 999 times. After a long time, Ji followed Lung Ruming to a secret room on the top floor of the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. The Thousand Treasure Pavilion was very tall. There were a total of 18 floors. From the 10th floor onwards, there was a barrier on each floor. No one could enter by force. Only people with sufficient status could enter. Originally, this was a forbidden area that did not allow outsiders to enter. However, due to the importance of this information, I had no choice but to bring you in. Lung Ruming said, "Let me say this first. Apart from the information I gave you, you can't touch anything else. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome if someone finds out." It seemed that the information here was sealed. Only people with special status could open it. For example, Lung Ruming. If others touched the information, not only would they not be able to open it, they would also be discovered by the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. In this regard, Ji expressed his understanding. Although we don't have much information about the Evolution Temple, it should be enough for you to see. While speaking, Lung Ruming searched for information about the Evolution Temple. Chapter 280. This force is very special, even more mysterious than the Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Their whereabouts are very strange, but their only target in the Kanglan Empire is the geniuses. Any geniuses with a bit of fame will become the target of the Evolving Temple. Oh right, especially you're probably the biggest target of the Evolving Temple now. Speaking of this, Lung Ruming searched for all the information about the Evolving Temple and wrote it down on pieces of paper. These pieces of paper were made of special materials, and there was a special formation in the secret room. As long as it was not deliberately destroyed, it could be kept intact for hundreds of years. This is the information about the Evolving Temple. Take a good look. Lung Ruming gave a pile of information to Ji. Ji took the book and began to flip through it. Ding. Master has read the information for 1 minute. Basic memory gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your basic level memory has successfully broken through to initial mastery. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your basic level memory has successfully broken through to mastery. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Basic memory has successfully broken through to greater mastery. Ding. Basic memory has been detected to be maxed out. Automatically upgraded to bronze memory. After reading for a while, the system notification began to bombard his mind. Ji had never triggered this ability before, but he did not expect that his memory could be improved too. This time, he immediately realized that he could remember everything clearly even if he read 10 lines at a glance. Ding. Master has read the information for 1 minute. Bronze memory gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has read the information for 1 minute. Bronze memory gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Your bronze level memory has successfully broken through to initial mastery. After a few minutes, Ji finished reading all the information and memorized it clearly in his mind. Seeing that Ji was quickly skimming through the information, Lung Ruming could not help but ask, "You finished reading already?" "Yes." Ji nodded thoughtfully. After reading this information, he finally had a detailed understanding of the Evolving Temple. Currently, what was known was that the main hall of the Evolving Temple was not in the Kanglan Empire. The Kanglan Empire only had a branch hall, but no one knew where it was located. In fact, there was no record of whether the main hall of the Evolving Temple was in the southern region. The mysterious heavenly mainland was divided into 5 regions, namely the East Region, West Region, South Region, North Region, and Middle Region Sacred Land. The Kanglan Empire, on the other hand, was just an ordinary empire in the southern region. The Evolving Temple was far beyond Ji's imagination. According to the information, all the empires in the southern region had branches of the Evolving Temple. Some of them had been discovered, but most of them had yet to be discovered. Even if they found out, it would be useless. The Evolving Temple was too big, and no one dared to provoke it. All the forces were cautious of the Evolving Temple, as long as their geniuses were not taken away by the Evolving Temple. Even so, the Evolving Temple still had an endless supply of new blood. This was because even if the evolving temple did not take the initiative to attack, there would still be countless geniuses who would join them. For some reason, any geniuses who joined the evolving temple would be able to improve greatly in a short period of time. In addition, the evolving temple's foundation was unfathomable, and there were countless cultivation resources. Without a doubt, it was a place that most geniuses yearned for. All of this was what Ji saw in the information. If he did not read the information, he would not have known about this at all. Other than that, there was also a lot of information about the geniuses who were taken away by the evolving temple in the Kanglan Empire. This was the special thing about the Kanglan Empire. The Kanglan Empire was relatively closed off. In addition to the existence of the 3 holy lands of martial cultivation, the local geniuses almost never left the Kanglan Empire, and the geniuses from the outside rarely came to the Kanglan Empire. In addition, the evolving temple itself was not a very flamboyant existence. This caused the evolving temple's reputation in the Kanglan Empire to be very limited. Because of this, the evolving temple branch in the Kanglan Empire lacked fresh blood, and could only take the initiative to capture geniuses. After understanding all of this, Ji was speechless. He originally thought that the evolving temple was some extremely evil and extreme force, but in the end, it was just a force that behaved rather strangely. However, this was another matter altogether. Back then, the evolving temple branch severely injured Jiang Yuchu and Jiang Yuexin's mother. He remembered this very clearly. No matter what kind of force the evolving temple was, based on the fact that Jiang Yuechu's mother was injured by the black demon fatal poison, there was no way he would hand Jiang Yuchu over to the evolving temple. Including himself, he had become the target of the branch of the evolving temple. This was because in the information, the geniuses who performed outstandingly in the previous 3 sects' great competition were all attacked by the evolving temple branch at least once, or even multiple times. The top-ranked geniuses of the 3 sects' great competition were all targeted by the evolving temple branch. Then, Ji was even more so. This was not him showing off, it was just the truth. Chapter 281. No matter what, Ji wouldn't easily compromise with the evolving temple. From the fact that the evolving temple could greatly increase one's strength in a short period of time, it was possible that it was a crooked method. However, Ji also saw some good news. Among the many reports, it recorded that Jiang Yuchu was attacked by the evolving temple. However, this information wasn't completely accurate, it was just a guess. The guess was that the Kanglan Empire's evolving temple branch was in desperate need of new blood. Jiang Yuchu was already a genius girl in Chaoyang Ancient City at that time, so she was targeted by the people of the branch who were traveling around Chaoyang Ancient City. Although they failed in the end, they also heavily injured the girl's mother. However, the girl wasn't the main target in the end, so the people of the branch gave up after failing once. However, they still left some harsh words for the sake of their reputation. These were all guesses in the report. It also guessed that the people of the branch probably wouldn't find trouble with Jiang Yuchu again. Anyway, Ji wouldn't completely believe this report, so he still had to be careful. However, he was sure that Jiang Yuchu and Jiang Yuxin weren't the main targets of the evolving temple branch. Chaoyang Ancient City, which was now unified by him, was the strongest backing for Jiang Yuchu and Jiang Yuxin. Now, Ji should be worried about himself. The evolving temple would make a move on him sooner or later, he could only protect himself. After understanding the report, Ji left the secret room with Lung Rumeng. After all, this was one of the forbidden areas of the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, they couldn't stay here for long. That's all. Thank you for your trouble this time. After leaving the secret room, Ji said to Lung Rumeng. It's just a small matter. Lung Rumeng said, but you must have been targeted by the evolving temple. There's no other way. I can only take one step at a time. Ji said helplessly. It's not that there's no other way. Lung Rumeng looked into Ji's eyes. You can join our 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. That way, you won't have to worry about the evolving temple. Although our 1,000 Treasure Pavilion is not necessarily better than the evolving temple, we are not that far behind. If you join our 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, the evolving temple will not dare to touch you so easily. You've just seen the information. The Kanglan Empire's evolving temple is weaker than the other empires. The other empires don't interfere with each other, but all the forces of the Pavilion of Thousand Treasures in the southern region are connected. After saying so much, it was obvious that Lung Rumeng wanted to take this opportunity to win over Jiyu. Then, what other benefits are there for me to join the Myriad Treasure Pavilion? Jiyu asked, a little moved. Any normal person would be tempted. Jiyu was not a fool. Now, not only did they have to deal with the Kanglan Empire Academy, but they also had to deal with the threat of the evolving temple. There were threats both in the open and in the dark. If joining the Myriad Treasure Pavilion could really provide protection, it would undoubtedly be very good. However, Jiyu did not think it was that simple. He still remembered that the dean of the Kanglan Empire Academy, Gao Huan, was secretly in cahoots with the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Even if Lung Rumeng had helped him several times, he could not simply believe her words. One may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. What if Lung Rumeng sold him out? The more beautiful a woman was, the scarier she was. Although this saying was not absolute, there was some truth to it. Especially since Lung Rumeng was the daughter of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. This kind of woman was definitely very smart. Therefore, Jiyu just wanted to test her first and did not directly agree. Then what kind of benefits do you want? Lung Rumeng asked back. Good girl. Jiyu knew that Lung Rumeng would answer like this. He did not know much about the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, and this Lung Rumeng wanted him to take the initiative to ask for benefits. This woman was indeed as smart as he imagined. To be honest, he did not like this kind of woman who was too smart. It was easy to be played in circles. I've thought about it carefully and feel that I should forget about it for now. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Lung. Jiyu declined tactfully. In his opinion, Lung Rumeng had not shown her true sincerity. But the most important thing was that he did not dare to trust this kind of woman casually. He did not know the situation inside the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. If he joined rashly, it was easy to make mistakes. In contrast, Jiyu would rather stay alone. He could stay in the Chenyuan Martial House, Chaoyang Ancient City, or wander around outside. Young master, don't you want to think about it more? Lung Rumeng was a little anxious. She never expected that her habitual little trick would make Jiyu give up the idea. No, that's it. I'll go back first. After saying that, Jiyu swaggered off. Lung Rumeng could not help but feel very sorry and sighed silently in her heart. She had always been very smart, but today she made a mistake. Chapter 282. After leaving the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, Jiyu wandered around the royal city, thinking about something. Although he already knew about the evolving temple, he didn't have any good countermeasures. Jiang Yuchu and Jiang Yushin were easy to arrange. It was safest for them to stay by Master Murong's side. But he was different. As a key target, he couldn't stay in the Chenyuan Martial House. Otherwise, Jiang Yuchu and Jiang Yushin would be targeted. Moreover, Jiyu didn't need the Chenyuan Martial House's protection. If Master Murong could deal with an expert, even if he couldn't win, he could still run away. If even Master Murong couldn't deal with an expert, it would be useless for him to run away. Therefore, Jiyu shouldn't think about how to find protection. Instead, he should focus on increasing his strength. Strength was the way to go. No longer thinking about these messy things, Jiyu quickly walked toward the Xian Vein Formation. The Xian Vein Formation was located in the center of the Chenyuan Martial House, the Kanglan Empire Academy, and the Qingxian sect. There was a Xian Vein Formation hidden underground. The first emperor of the Kanglan Empire set up an ancient formation there to activate the Xian Vein Formation. After thousands of years of development, the Xian Vein Formation was gradually perfected by the formation masters of the later generations. Under the control of the royal palace, it had now evolved into a training ground. There were more than 1,000 training rooms inside. The concentration of Xian Qi in the training rooms was much higher than the outside world. It could allow cultivators to achieve twice the results with half the effort. It was actually like the high-grade rooms on the spirit ship. This time, Ji was going to the Xian vein formation specifically to increase his cultivation. Ding. Master has taken a step. Low-grade Earth rank Xian skill lightning luster change gained experience. 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step. Low-grade Earth rank Xian skill lightning luster change gained experience. 1 by 999 times. In order to hide his tracks, Ji couldn't use his movement technique. He could only walk. Fortunately, he wasn't too far away from the profound veins formation, so it didn't take long for him to arrive near the profound veins formation. Many martial cultivators could be seen walking in and out. The overall level of martial arts was very high. They were either in the defensive profound realm or the Tongxian realm. The price of renting a cultivation room within the profound veins formation was also very expensive. Martial cultivators without a certain amount of strength and capital would not be able to afford it. This was not because the palace was greedy, but because the profound vein formation required a huge amount of money to maintain. After all, this was an ancient formation that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. What Ji lacked the least right now was gold coins. No matter how expensive the cultivation room was, he could rent it as he pleased. From the outside, the profound vein formation looked like a grand hall. It was in the shape of a pyramid with 4 floors. Apart from the main hall, the rest of the space was occupied by cultivation rooms. I want to rent a top-notch cultivation room for 7 days. After walking into the hall, Ji slapped a storage ring onto the table. Because he had too many gold coins on him, he had to use a pile of storage rings to store them. The gold coins in this storage ring was more than 10% of his total assets. Such a huge amount of gold coins was enough for him to rent a top-notch cultivation room for 10 days to half a month. The people standing at the front desk were stunned. The other people who wanted to rent a cultivation room were also stunned. F***ck, he just opened his mouth and asked for a 7-day top-notch cultivation room. What a freaking rich person. F***ck, could it be that some family's young master came out to squander money? I'm afraid his father will be angered to death by him. A 7-day top-notch cultivation room. Is this the difference between people? I can only afford to rent a low-level cultivation room for an hour. A group of people's gazes were attracted to Ji. They were discussing animatedly. In this profound vein formation, there were a total of 4 types of cultivation rooms. They were low-level cultivation room, mid-level cultivation room, high-level cultivation room, and top-notch cultivation room. It was obvious that the low-level cultivation room was the worst, while the top-notch cultivation room was the best. Among them, the low-level cultivation room's profound chi density was about twice that of the outside world. The mid-level cultivation room was about 3 times that of the outside world. The high-level cultivation room was about 5 times that of the outside world. The top-notch cultivation room was about 10 times that of the outside world. The rental price was also different. Each was more expensive than the other. Ordinary martial cultivators could only afford to rent a low-level cultivation room. Those who could afford to rent a mid-level cultivation room were considered rich people. Only the young masters of large forces and large families could afford to rent a high-level cultivation room. Moreover, they could only rent it for a short period of time. Under normal circumstances, even those young masters would not casually rent a high-level cultivation room, because it was too wasteful. As for a top-notch cultivation room, they did not even dare to think about it. Those who had the financial resources to rent a top-notch cultivation room were basically big shots like the leaders of large forces. To give a simple example, the amount of gold coins needed to rent a top-notch cultivation room for 7 days was enough to make a middle-class family go bankrupt. That was why this group of people were so excited. It was because this was the first time they had such close contact with such a rich person. At this moment, the receptionist who was closest to Ji picked up the storage ring and checked it with his spiritual power. He saw countless gold coins. It was simply impossible to count them. He hurriedly took the ring and used a special instrument to verify the value of the gold coins inside. He hurriedly ran back and said to Ji with incomparable respect, "Sir, this is your token." The gold coins in that storage ring just now was enough to rent a top-notch cultivation room for more than 10 days. This black-robed man was definitely a big shot. Moreover, hearing this big shot say rent for 7 days first, it meant that this big shot was just trying to rent it for 7 days. It was very likely that he would continue to rent it later. He did not dare to slight this kind of big shot who spent gold coins like waste paper. At this moment, in front of Ji-yu was a black token with distinct edges and corners. It gave people a classical and heavy feeling. There was a number engraved on it, 6. It was very obvious that this was the meaning of the number 6 cultivation room. Ji-yu took the black token. At this time, the receptionist continued to use a flattering tone. There is still half of the gold coins left. This little one has already kept it for you. After 7 days, if you want to renew the lease, you can just use the gold coins. If you don't want to renew the lease, this little one will immediately return it to you. Because the gold coins had to be manually sorted out, there was no way to return the remaining gold coins to the owner immediately. The main thing was that Ji-yu used a storage ring and not a merchant card. If it was a merchant card, it would be very convenient. The balance in the merchant card could be directly deducted. As you wish, Ji-yu said indifferently. Hearing this, the receptionist became even more respectful. He admired this kind of big shot who did not care about money the most. This little one will bring you to the number 6 cultivation room. The receptionist respectfully led the way for Ji-yu. The other receptionists could not wait to find the supervisor. This time, a big shot came. Chapter 283. Everyone was filled with admiration as they watched the big shot's silhouette disappear into the distance. When would they be able to have that kind of money? Soon, Ji-yu followed the receptionist to the top floor of the hall, which was the 4th floor. There were fewer cultivation rooms on each floor. The first floor had the most cultivation rooms, and they were all low-level cultivation rooms. The second floor had intermediate-level cultivation rooms, and the third floor had advanced-level cultivation rooms. The 4th floor had the least amount of cultivation rooms, and there were only 10 of them. These 10 cultivation rooms, without exception, were all top-notch cultivation rooms. Sir, you just need to put the token in here, and then inject your mental strength into it. The receptionist brought Ji-yu to the door of cultivation room number 6, and pointed at a groove on the door. Ji-yu followed the receptionist's instructions, and at the same time, he observed a meaningless detail. Cultivation rooms number 1 to 5 all had tokens on the door, but rooms 6 to 10 did not. This meant that cultivation rooms 1 to 5 were all occupied, while cultivation rooms 6 to 10 were still empty. However, room number 6 would soon have an owner, and that was Ji-yu. After inserting the black token into the groove perfectly, Ji-yu immediately instilled his mental strength into the token. Ding! Master has instilled his mental strength, bronze level mental strength, experience gained, 1 by 999 times. The next moment, the door of the cultivation room seemed to be activated, and opened automatically. Sir, you just need to go in directly. The receptionist continued, when Sir wants to come out, just inject your mental strength, and the door will open automatically, and the token will be pulled out. Ji-yu nodded slightly, and then walked into cultivation room number 6. The moment he stepped into the cultivation room, he could feel that the surrounding mystic chi was indeed 10 times thicker. At the same time, the cultivation room seemed to be able to sense Ji-yu's presence, and the door closed automatically. In this large space, Ji-yu sat down and immediately entered cultivation mode. Ding! Master has cultivated mystic chi, martial cultivation, experience gained, 100 by 999 times. Ding! Master has cultivated Shen Chi, martial cultivation experience gained, 100 by 999 times. In these 7 days, Ji-yu planned to devote herself to cultivating her profound chi and not take any pills. He wanted to completely stabilize his cultivation base and solve the problem of his foundation being unstable due to taking too many pills. By the end of the first day, Ji-yu had completely stabilized her early stage of LV5 Tongxian realm. By the end of the second day, Zhongxian had reached the peak of Tongxian realm LV5. By the end of the third day, he had successfully broken through to the intermediate stage of LV5 Tongxian realm. By the end of the 7th day, Ji cultivation base had reached late-stage LV5 Tongxian realm, and she was not far from peak-stage LV5 Tongxian realm. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ji was quite satisfied with her experience in the top-notch cultivation room this time. Not only did he get rid of the hidden danger of an unstable foundation, he even broke through 2 small realms consecutively. The increase in cultivation brought about a huge increase in strength. When one's cultivation base reached the Tongxian realm, every small breakthrough brought about a huge increase in strength. If the current Ji used an Earth-class sword technique and sword principle true meaning, she could instantly kill most LV6 Tongxian realm experts. When the time was up, Ji activated her spiritual energy again. Ding! Master has activated her spiritual energy. Bronze-level spiritual energy experience gained, 1 by 999 times. In the next moment, the door opened automatically. After Ji walked out of the cultivation room, she took out the black token and the door closed again. Just as she was about to go downstairs, she saw the person walking out of cultivation room number 7. This person was actually someone Ji knew, Zhuang Weiran. Zhuang Weiran was dressed as a man. She was rubbing her chin while sizing up Ji. Ji was not in the mood to chat with Zhuang Weiran, so he pretended not to know her and walked past her. But when he walked past her, she suddenly said, "You're Ji, right?" Ji's footsteps paused for a moment, but she still pretended not to hear anything. "Stop pretending, I know you're Ji." Zhuang Weiran walked up and grabbed Ji's wrist. Knowing that there was no more pretending, Ji stopped pretending. "How did you recognize me?" Ji asked helplessly. Although he was dressed like this, he pretended not to know Zhuang Weiran, but Zhuang Weiran was still sure that he was Ji. "This is a woman's intuition," Zhuang Weiran said proudly. "All right." Ji was a little speechless. "You're also cultivating here." Regardless of whether a woman's intuition was right or not, he decided to change his appearance in the future. If he kept dressing like this, he would be easily recognized. "I wanted to break through my cultivation recently, so I came here to cultivate." After saying that, Zhuang Weiran said proudly, "By the way, our royal family has 1 day of free cultivation in the top-grade cultivation room every month." "Oh, that's good," Ji said casually. "Don't be so perfunctory," Zhuang Weiran said unhappily. "But I didn't expect you to be so rich. Yesterday when I came, I saw that cultivation room number 6 was already occupied," Zhuang Weiran said with surprise. "It's just SOSO," Ji said, "if there's nothing else, I'll go down and rent the cultivation room." "Sigh, you're still the same," Zhuang Weiran said sentimentally. "Forget it, I'm going back soon anyway." Suddenly, she thought of something. "Oh right, I almost forgot about something," Zhuang Weiran said. 10 days later, it will be the beast hunting ceremony that happens once every 10 years. I wanted to invite you to participate, but I couldn't find you these past few days." Beast hunting ceremony, Ji knew about it. The beast hunting ceremony, simply put, was a competition to hunt and kill beasts. Usually, it was a competition in teams, with 5 people in each team. This competition was specially created by the palace to suppress the beasts in the Beast Mountain range. The beast's reproduction rate was much faster than humans. If it wasn't controlled for too many years, it would cause a disaster like the beast tide. The last beast tide happened a few hundred years ago, and the city that was attacked was Chaoyang Ancient City. The reason why Chaoyang Ancient City was so inconspicuous among the many ancient cities in the Kanglan Empire was because it was heavily damaged by the beast tide. It was only now that it recovered slightly. Since that beast tide, the Kanglan Empire would hold a beast hunting ceremony every 10 years, mainly to suppress the beast's reproduction rate. "Ian, how about it? Do you want to participate with me?" Zhuang Weiran said with anticipation. "So, what's the benefit?" Ji didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Chapter 284. Benefits. Zhuang Weiran was slightly stunned. "Yes." Ji said matter-of-factly, "You want me to help you without any benefits? That's the beast hunting ceremony, the top rankers will get generous rewards." Before Zhuang Weiran could finish, she was interrupted by Ji. That belongs to that person. Moreover, that's what I deserve. The beast hunting ceremony hadn't started yet, but Ji was already 100% confident that he would be able to get first place. To put it bluntly, no matter who he teamed up with, the first place would be his. You really, Zhuang Weiran was completely speechless. Sigh, forget it. This token will be your reward. If you want anything else, I can't give you anything else. With that, Zhuang Weiran threw the black token to Ji. This is, Ji took a closer look and realized that it was the token for cultivation room number 6. I've been saving this token for a long time. There's still a time limit of 10 days in it. Don't be ungrateful. Zhuang Weiran said. Ji went silent for a moment and said, all right, I'll take this. Cultivation room number 6 was also a top-notch cultivation room. To be able to use this token to cultivate for 10 days there was quite a good benefit. Really? Zhuang Weiran sighed. Then you and I will be on the same team. We need a total of 5 people to form a team. I have 2 friends here who will be joining us. You just have to find another one. That's not a problem. Ji nodded. The beast hunting ceremony didn't have anything to do with the faction's honor. Anyone from any faction could form a team. However, there was a strict requirement for the beast hunting ceremony, which was that the participants had to be below 22 years old and above defensive mystic realm level 5. Otherwise, they would be forcefully expelled. After all, the Beast Mountain range was filled with dangers. Those who didn't have a high enough cultivation would only be sending themselves to their deaths. As for the age limit, it was for balance. Among all the people that Ji knew, only Qi Ling could meet the requirement. Jiang Yuchu and Jiang Yushin were still a little bit away from reaching the 5th level of the defensive profound realm, so they couldn't participate in the beast hunting ceremony with him. In that case, only Qi Ling was left. To be honest, Ji didn't really want to interact with Qi Ling. Although that woman wasn't a threat to him, she was really annoying. However, given the current situation, Ji had no choice but to look for Qi Ling. Alright, then you should go back and prepare as well. Just meet me here tomorrow morning. Zhuang Weiran said, when the time comes, I will explain the rules of the beast hunting ceremony to you all. After chatting for a while, Ji and Zhuang Weiran went back to their own places. Ding. Master took a step forward. Earth rank low-grade profound skill lightning luster transformation gained experience. 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master took a step forward. Earth rank low-grade profound skill lightning luster transformation gained experience. 1 by 999 times. After Ji returned to the Chenyuan Martial House, he went straight to the Violet Gold Palace. Firstly, he wanted to talk to Master Murong about something. Secondly, he wanted to know where Qi Ling was. Master, I have something to tell you. After entering the Violet Gold Palace, Ji immediately asked Master Murong. What is it? You should know about the Evolving Temple, right? Ji said solemnly. They have already made a move on you. Murong Zili's purple eyes moved slightly. After hearing this, Ji was sure that Master Murong knew about the Evolving Temple. Not yet, but it won't be long now. Ji said, what I want to say is that Yu Chu was also one of the targets of the Evolving Temple. Yu Chu too? Murong Zili was slightly surprised. Although the risk of Yu Chu being targeted isn't high, I still can't completely relax. Hence, I hope that Master Murong can help me protect Yu Chu and Yushin. Ji said. You don't have to worry about the 2 sisters. You, on the other hand, should stay in the Chenyuan Martial House for the time being. Even though Murong Zili's expression was still cold, a trace of worry could be seen in her purple eyes at this moment. No, I'm preparing to participate in the beast hunting ceremony. Ji shook her head. Murong Zili frowned slightly. Do you know how terrifying the Evolving Temple is? I know. I know what to do when the time comes. Ji said confidently. Seeing Ji's expression, the worry in Murong Zili's eyes lessened a little. Then do as you wish. This Martial House Master won't restrict you. However, this Martial House Master still has to remind you that you can't be careless when facing the Evolving Temple. I understand. Ji said, right, Martial House Master, Do you know where Qi Ling is now? She just came back from my place not long ago. She should be at the maple forest right now. Murong Zili said. She didn't ask why Ji Yu was looking for Qi Ling. This was because she already guessed that Ji Yu should be looking for Qi Ling to participate in the beast hunting ceremony together. She didn't care much about the beast hunting ceremony. This was because she was certain that with Ji Yu's strength, it would be a piece of cake for her to obtain first place in the beast hunting ceremony. All right, then I'll take my leave first. After saying what needed to be said, Ji Yu walked out of the Violet Gold Hall. The evolving temple. I've already fallen to the point where I need to worry about a mere branch hall. At this moment, Murong Zili's gaze was slightly lax, seemingly flickering with a trace of bitterness. Chapter 285. Ding. Master has used the Lightning Luster transformation. Obtained experience points, 1000 by 999 times. As soon as Ji Yu walked out of the Violet Gold Palace, he immediately used his movement skill. In just a breath, he appeared in the maple forest. After taking a few steps in the maple forest, he suddenly realized that this was the second time he had come to this place. The last time he came here, he had seen Qi Ling naked body. Previously, Ji Yu did not realize it. Fortunately, he remembered it at the last minute. However, it was already too late. Ji Yu was just wondering if Qi Ling had come here to take a bath again. Speaking of the devil appeared. Qi Ling walked out of the dense grass, but this time, she was not as naked as last time. Her private parts had been covered by clothes, and the exposed skin was as smooth as jade. There were still some water droplets on it that had not been wiped dry. Obviously, she had just come out of the stream after bathing. Ever since Ji Yu saw her naked, Qi Ling was much more cautious every time she took a bath here. Ji Yu, why are you here? Qi Ling's first reaction was surprise when she saw Ji Yu. But in the next moment, she realized that something was wrong. Immediately, her expression changed. You are really a hooligan, Qi Ling said angrily. Are you not satisfied with seeing me last time? Do you want to do it again this time? Fortunately, she had already put on her underwear. Otherwise, this guy would have gotten away with it again. Can I say that this time is still an accident? Ji Yu said awkwardly. He had never thought of peeping at Qi Ling. This time, it was completely unintentional. Who would believe the nonsense of a hooligan like you? Qi Ling said disdainfully. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Ji Yu was also a little angry. Use your brain and think about it. If I really wanted to do something to you, do you think I would peep at you like this? What? However, Qi Ling misunderstood what Ji Yu meant. Not only do you want to peek at me, but you also want to force yourself on me. She couldn't help but instinctively protect her own body. She looked at Ji Yu in fear and couldn't help but slowly retreat. Isn't that right? Ji Yu felt that this was a good opportunity to teach Qi Ling a lesson, so she decided to make the best of it. With a smug smile on his face, he walked toward Qi Ling. You. What do you want? Don't come over. Qi Ling panicked. He retreated further, but was blocked by a tree. At this time, Ji Yu had also approached. Seeing that Ji Yu was so close to her, Qi Ling's heartbeat quickened. Suddenly, in the midst of her extreme panic and uneasiness, a trace of anticipation actually rose in her heart. Her body stiffened, but her eyes slowly closed. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she was waiting for something. Ji Yu sensed that something was wrong and stopped in time. Looking at Qi Ling, who had her eyes closed and her head slightly raised, he was dumbfounded. He had only wanted to tease her, but he didn't expect her to get carried away. He suddenly felt a deep sense of guilt, and he felt that he couldn't let this continue. Qi Ling had already mentally prepared herself, but at this moment, she suddenly heard a cough. She opened her eyes in confusion. Ahem, ahem. Let's stop joking. Let's get down to business. Ji Yu intentionally avoided Qi Ling's eyes. I'm here to invite you to participate in the beast hunting ceremony. At this moment, Qi Ling finally came back to her senses. Knowing that it was just a joke, she lowered her head slightly. No, why not? Ji Yu didn't expect Qi Ling to reject him so directly. No means no. There's no why. After saying that, Qi Ling turned around and left quickly. Ji Yu was at a loss for words. Clearly, Qi Ling was angry. He immediately regretted it. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have teased Qi Ling. Not only did he not gain anything from it, but he also made things more troublesome. Qi Ling walked further and further away, but Ji Yu didn't plan to chase after her. He wanted to wait for Qi Ling to calm down before looking for her. After leaving the maple forest, Ji Yu returned to the Violet Gold Palace. He went to ask Murong Manor head about Qi Ling's whereabouts and told him about what had just happened. Mansion Master Murong didn't seem to be surprised. Other than telling him where Qi Ling lived, he didn't say anything else. After returning to his room, Ji Yu tidied up the room that he hadn't used for many days. Then, he began to cultivate his celestial Kai Ding. Master has cultivated Martial Dao for 1 minute. Martial Dao cultivation experience points gained, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master has cultivated Martial Dao for 1 minute. Martial Dao cultivation experience points gained, 10 by 999 times. The next day, Ji Yu felt that Qi Ling had calmed down, so he went to the place that Mansion Master Murong had told him about. Qi Ling lived in a courtyard that was filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants. Chapter 286. Isn't that Senior Ji? What's he doing in the female dormitory? Who knows? But Senior Ji seems to have a good relationship with Jiang Yuchu and Jiang Yushin. I saw them go straight to the male dormitory to look for Senior Ji. Sigh, I'm so envious of those sisters. Now, not only was Ji Yu famous, but she had also become the object of admiration of many female students. Compared to the chief disciple, they preferred to address Ji Yu as Senior Ji. However, Ji Yu was here purely to look for Qi Ling. At the same time, in a house far away, Qi Ling was lying on the bed in a half-asleep state. The incident yesterday had caused her to be unable to sleep well the entire night. Hearing the noise outside the window getting louder and louder, Qi Ling couldn't fall asleep. She was so annoyed that she got out of bed and opened the window to see what was going on outside. However, what happened next left Qi Ling flabbergasted. The bastard who had caused her to be unable to sleep well the entire night was actually outside, and behind him was a group of girls who came to join in the fun. This was the female dormitory. What was this bastard doing here? Qi Ling's sleepiness instantly disappeared, and she was completely awake. Qi Ling. When they arrived at the courtyard, Ji Yu called out. Qi Ling. So Senior Ji isn't here to look for Jiang Yuchu and Jiang Yushin? Speaking of which, why is Senior Ji looking for Qi Ling? Only Senior Ji would be so domineering as to specially come to Qi Ling's dormitory to look for her. After all, she's famous for hating boys. There's another important point. Senior Ling and those sisters are all the Academy Master's disciples, and they actually have a close relationship with Senior Ji. Ji Yu's shout caused the female students behind her to start discussing amongst themselves. At this moment, Qi Ling was dumbfounded. Not only did that bastard deliberately come to her courtyard, but he even shouted her name. More importantly, so many people heard him. In a moment of panic, she didn't know what to do. She simply hid behind the wall beside the window, not wanting to show her face. Just now, Ji Yu had seen Qi Ling standing in the window, but now, she didn't come out. Are you still angry about what happened yesterday? He asked loudly. Qi Ling was dumbfounded upon hearing those words. She really wanted to rush down and scold Ji Yu for being an idiot. How could you say such things here? Now that so many people had heard it, all kinds of rumors would definitely spread throughout the entire Chenyuan martial house. Just as she had expected, almost all the female students around her immediately began to gossip. Yesterday? What happened to Senior Ji and Senior Ling yesterday? This. Could it be that Senior Ji did something unspeakable to Senior Ling yesterday? That's very possible. I guess Senior Ling must be very shy and hiding in her room right now. Not only were they gossiping, but they also began to let their imaginations run wild. They thought of all the wonderful things that could happen that were beyond words. At this moment, Jiang Yushin hurried over. Jiang Yuchu, who was following behind her, was very calm. They had heard that Ji Yu came to the female dormitory area, so they immediately rushed over. Jiang Yushin was about to go forward and call Ji Yu, but Jiang Yuchu stopped her. Wait a minute. Let's see what's going on first. Jiang Yuchu said calmly. All right. Although Jiang Yushin was anxious, she still chose to listen to her sister. May I ask what happened here? Jiang Yuchu asked a female student beside her. Fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, you might have missed it. Not only did Senior Ji specially come here to look for Senior Ling it seems that something embarrassing happened between them yesterday. Because that female student's gaze was focused on Ji Yu, she didn't notice who was asking the question at first. Embarrassing? Jiang Yuxin's imagination instantly ran wild, and her face turned red. At this moment, that female student turned her head around. At first glance, she didn't react. She hurriedly looked back a second time and realized that it was actually Jiang Yuchu and Jiang Yushin. Unfortunately, this person's interest was to make a bigger deal out of a situation. When she came back to her senses, she immediately shouted, Jiang Yuchu and Jiang Yushin are here too. This shout attracted countless gazes. Originally, in the eyes of most female students, Jiang Yuchu and Jiang Yushin had a very ambiguous relationship with Ji Yu. When they saw Jiang Yuchu and Jiang Yushin appear, they immediately became even more excited. Hearing someone call Yuchu and Yushin's names, even Ji Yu couldn't help but look back. At this moment, Jiang Yushin finally couldn't help but rush forward and ask Ji Yu, what happened between you and Qi Ling? Ji Yu didn't expect Jiang Yushin to come over, and there was a trace of surprise on her face. Actually, nothing happened. Who's going to believe your nonsense? Jiang Yushin scolded. Ji Yu, you are really... Jiang Yuchu also walked over slowly and looked at Ji Yu with a very speechless look. Ji Yu couldn't help but be a little stunned. Then, he looked at the surrounding female students who were full of gossips. Only then did he suddenly realize that he shouldn't have come to find Qi Ling so directly. The whole situation was developing in an uncontrollable direction. Chapter 287. Wow, isn't this the legendary triangle relationship? You're wrong. This should be a four-cornered relationship. Can't you see that there are 4 people here? No matter what, this is an earth-shattering event. The peerless and unparalleled senior brother Ji has an ambiguous dispute with 3 of the most beautiful girls in our martial house. Sure enough, even heroes can't resist the charms of beautiful women. All the female students' gossipy souls were burning fiercely. Originally, Ji Yu was the most popular person in the Chenyuan martial house. It would be strange if this kind of thing didn't cause a sensation. Ji Yu was a little overwhelmed by the situation. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. Look at your guilty look. You're hiding something, right? In Jiang Yuxin's opinion, Ji Yu was guilty, so she asked closely. Jiang Yuchu didn't say anything. She kept looking at Ji Yu with a speechless and disdainful look. Ji Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't dare to say anything. If he really explained what happened yesterday, he was afraid that not only would the situation not improve, but it would also develop in a more troublesome direction. Qi Ling who had been hiding in the room, finally couldn't stand at this moment. She stood by the window and shouted with a red face, "What do you want to say? If you're done, go die quickly. Die 100 times, die 1,000 times. This time, she was really angry at Ji Yu. It was the first time that she cursed so harshly. I invited you yesterday. Can you accept my invitation? Ji Yu thought that there should be no problem if he said that. However, he still miscalculated. Does it mean that Senior Ji confessed to Senior Linga yesterday? It must be. Otherwise, why would Senior Linga be so shy and come out after so long? As expected of Senior Ji. He dares to confess to Senior Ling in front of so many people. Those female students completely ignored the first half of Ji Yu's sentence and made all kinds of assumptions about the second half. Ji-yu didn't expect that this would be considered a confession by them. Say yes. Say yes. Voices surged out like a tidal wave. The surrounding female students all cheered together. Chi Linga grabbed her hair frantically. This misunderstanding had become even bigger, and she was about to be annoyed to death. I promise you. After saying that, Chi Linga slammed the window shut. Then, she lay on the bed and buried her red face into the pillow. Idiot. Hearing that senior sister Linga really agreed, the female students all cheered as if they had encountered something especially worth being happy about. Ji-yu was still a little confused. Suddenly, he heard Jiang Yuexin's deep voice. He knew that something was wrong. Womanizer. Jiang Yuexin shouted and ran away. Jiang Yuchu helplessly gave Ji-yu a meaningful look and then chased after her. Ji-yu was stunned for a while. When he came to his senses, he quickly chased after her. After all, he didn't know what to do other than chasing after her. Ding! Master has used Lightning Luster Transformation. Lightning Luster Transformation gained experience, 1000 by 999 times. By using an Earthrank movement technique, Ji-yu caught up with Jiang Yuexin in an instant. Don't run so fast. Listen to my explanation first. Ji-yu stood in front of Jiang Yuexin. I don't want to. However, Jiang Yuexin didn't want to listen to Ji-yu's explanation at all. She had already confessed in front of so many people. What else was there to explain? Only Jiang Yuchu trusted Ji-yu more. She had long seen that the other girls were fooling around. Just as she was about to help Ji-yu persuade her, she saw Ji-yu hug Jiang Yuexin first. Ji-yu really had no choice but to use this method to calm Jiang Yuexin down. At this moment, Jiang Yuexin's delicate body froze. Her eyes were filled with surprise. She didn't expect Ji-yu to hug her like this. Listen to me properly. Yesterday, I only invited Chi Ling to participate in the beast hunting ceremony. It wasn't a confession at all. So you all misunderstood. In order to avoid further misunderstanding, Ji-yu omitted the process of meeting Chi Ling yesterday. Is this really the case? Being hugged so tightly by Ji-yu, Jiang Yuexin's voice suddenly weakened. One could see that her face was red all the way to her ears. If you don't believe me, you can ask Chi Ling herself. Ji-yu said in a firm tone. I believe you. Then can you let go of me? Jiang Yuexin said weakly and shyly. Oh, okay. Ji-yu immediately let go of Jiang Yuexin. Jiang Yuexin's body immediately went limp. She almost couldn't stand still. Ji-yu couldn't help but feel a little surprised that her move was so lethal. Yuexin, you're already engaged. Why are you still so shy? At this moment, Jiang Yuchu snickered at the side. It's none of your business. Hey. A big misunderstanding was quietly resolved amidst a string of bashful voices and bell-like laughter. Chapter 288. After joking around for a while, Jiang Yuexin gradually calmed down as well. By the way, why didn't my sister and I get invited to the beast hunting ceremony? Why did you have to invite Chi Ling? Feeling that something was wrong, Jiang Yuexin questioned again. It was easy for Ji-yu to explain. I wanted to, but you have not reached LV5 of the defensive profound realm yet. The minimum requirement for the beast hunting ceremony is to reach LV5 of the defensive profound realm, so I could only invite Chi Ling. Ji-yu said innocently. He checked and found that Jiang Yuchu was still at LV4 of the defensive profound realm. Although she was not far from LV5 of the defensive profound realm, the requirement for the beast hunting ceremony was mandatory. As for Jiang Yuexin, her progress was much slower than Jiang Yuechu's because she was too playful. Oh, is that so? Jiang Yuexin nodded and said, then I'll believe you for now. In fact, she had only heard of the beast hunting ceremony, but she did not know the rules of the beast hunting ceremony. However, seeing that Ji-yu did not seem to be lying, she reluctantly believed her. At this moment, Jiang Yuchu wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she said, Ji-yu, remember to be careful. Don't be careless. She wanted to remind Ji-yu to be careful, but after thinking about it, It seemed that no one could threaten Jiyu in the beast hunting ceremony. However, she felt that it was better to remind her. If you dare to get hurt, I won't let you get away with it. Jiang Yushin waved her little fist and threatened. Okay, you don't have to worry about me. Jiyu could not help but feel warm in her heart as she said with a smile. Her smile made Jiang Yuchu and Jiang Yushin feel relieved. That's all. I'll go back first. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly became serious. Also, you better not leave the Chenyuan martial mansion for a while. Just cultivate with mansion master Murong. Okay. Yes. Jiang Yuchu and Jiang Yushin nodded. They were not stupid. They knew that Jiyu had made more potential enemies, and they were all very powerful. Even if they couldn't help Jiyu now, they would try their best not to cause any trouble for Jiyu. What's more, they were eager to help Jiyu, so all the more reason for them to obediently follow their master and cultivate diligently. It didn't take long for Jiyu's incident to spread all over the Chenyuan martial mansion. For a moment, all the male compatriots in the manor were complaining. Originally, they were just guessing, but they didn't expect it to be true. What made them collapse the most was that Qi Ling-er, Jiang Yuchu, and Jiang Yushin, who were the three most beautiful women in the Chenyuan martial house, had all become Jiyu's women. Although they respected Jiyu very much now, it was impossible for them not to feel sad when the three most beautiful women who they thought about day and night were taken away by someone else at the same time. This news even spread to Murong Zili. Of course, Murong Zili wasn't like ordinary people who would just listen to the wind and listen to the rain. Based on her understanding of Jiyu, she was sure that Jiyu wanted to invite Qi Ling-er to participate in the beast hunting ceremony together. As for why there was so much trouble, she couldn't figure it out. However, Jiyu didn't particularly care about this. Anyway, Qi Ling-er had already accepted his invitation, so other things didn't matter to him. Previously, he had arranged to meet with Zhuang Weiran at the top-grade cultivation room today, so he had to prepare and set off later. As for Qi Ling-er, it would only be more troublesome if he wanted to find her now, so he didn't bring Qi Ling-er along. In order to avoid being noticed, Jiyu changed into a clean white robe. This way, he wouldn't be recognized easily. As expected, from the male dormitory to the outside of the Chenyuan martial house, no one recognized him. Because many of the martial house's students were in their second year of middle school, many of them imitated Jiyu and dressed themselves up in black, gray, and white robes. Nowadays, in the Chenyuan martial house, there were many who dressed like Jiyu. Therefore, as long as Jiyu didn't reveal his true appearance, no one would be able to recognize him. Of course, it wasn't the same for women who were familiar with him. Ever since he was recognized by Zhuang Weiran, he didn't understand women's intuition anymore. Ding! Master has taken a step. Low-grade Earth rank Profound Skill Lightning Ray Transformation obtained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has taken a step. Low-grade Earth rank Profound Skill Lightning Ray Transformation obtained experience points, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu arrived at the Shen Meridian Formation at the agreed time with Zhuang Weiran. Although he had changed his attire this time, he still had the black token on him from last time, which was the token for Cultivation Room number 5. Of course, there was definitely more than one token for Cultivation Room number 5. His was just one of the many tokens. Every token had a clear record in the Shen Meridian Formation. When Jiyu flashed his token, the staff at the front desk recognized him. Master, you're here. That person immediately flattered. Originally, the surrounding people didn't care about Jiyu. But when they heard the staff at the front desk, they immediately turned to the mysterious man in white robes. What kind of big shot could make the staff at the front desk so respectful? When they saw the token in the hands of the mysterious man in white robes, they instantly understood. In the Shen Meridian Formation, there were only 10 top-grade cultivation rooms. They were cultivation rooms number 1 to 10. And cultivation room number 5 was one of them. What did a top-grade cultivation room mean? Everyone knew in their hearts what it meant. This was definitely not an ordinary big shot. Everyone's eyes immediately became respectful. No one dared to offend this mysterious man in white robes. This little one will bring you up now. That person was just about to lead the way for Jiyu. But he was rejected by Jiyu. No need, I can go up by myself. The matter of meeting with Zhuang Weiran on the 4th floor definitely couldn't be casually seen by outsiders. All right, then master, take care. Soon after, Jiyu went up to the 4th floor one after another. Once he reached the 4th floor, he saw Zhuang Weiran waiting in front of cultivation room number 6. Today's makeup was still the same. It was still neutral. And beside her, there were 2 beautiful twin girls with extraordinary temperaments. Chapter 289. One of them was wearing a light blue dress with a blue gem necklace around her neck. The other girl was completely different. She was wearing a purple dress with a purple gem necklace. The only thing that didn't change was that the 2 girls looked almost the same. Without a doubt, they were definitely twins. Logically speaking, Jiyu should have seen these 2 girls before. Since they were able to participate in the beast hunting ceremony with Zhuang Weiran, they wouldn't be weak. In fact, they weren't weak at all. He could see that the 2 girls were at the 7th level of the defensive profound realm. 7th level of the defensive profound realm. Excluding him, they would be considered the strongest in the Chenyuan martial house. They would be around the same in the Qingxian sect. But he didn't see these 2 girls at the 3 sects tournament. That was a little strange. Could it be that these 2 girls weren't from the 3 Holy Lands? If these 2 girls weren't from the 3 Holy Lands, then it would make sense. Because other powers couldn't participate in the 3 sects tournament. Just as Jiyu was about to greet the 2 girls, she heard a voice that was not very friendly. Sister Weiran, is this the other teammate we are waiting for? Why does it look so ordinary? This was the voice of the girl in the purple dress. She didn't seem to think highly of Jiyu. At this moment, Jiyu's impression of this young girl was instantly lowered. It seemed like she was another self-righteous and arrogant woman. How boring. Jiang, it's not good to say that, right? At this moment, the girl in the blue dress said. Although she was trying to dissuade the girl in the purple dress, her tone was very weak and didn't sound dignified at all. What's wrong with that? Did I say something wrong? The girl in the purple dress said disapprovingly. Okay, you 2 stop talking. Zhuang Weiran sent the 2 girls away. You 2 go down first. I'll talk to him for a while. After the 2 girls walked down the stairs, Zhuang Weiran said to Jiyu, those 2 are Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang. They are from the Pajuan Empire. Pajuan Empire. Jiyu had heard of the Pajuan Empire. It was one of the empires in the southern region. The most popular occupation there was the array master. That was all he knew. Because I wasn't sure if you wanted to reveal your identity, I didn't tell them. Zhuang Weiran continued, Cheng Jiangjiang's personality is a bit unruly, but she's not a bad person. I hope you don't take it to heart. No. Jiyu waved her hand. As long as she doesn't provoke me for no reason. In his eyes, that Cheng Jiangjiang was at most a child. He wouldn't lower himself to the same level as that girl. Although, strictly speaking, he was still a child at the age of 16. Then I'm relieved. Zhuang Weiran said, I met them by chance. Coincidentally, they are all geniuses in the Shattering Army Empire. They will be of great help to us when we participate in the beast hunting ceremony, so I invited them. Array formation? Jiyu said lightly, what a coincidence. I know a thing or 2 about this. I didn't expect you to be interested in formations as well. Zhuang Weiran said in surprise, if there is a chance, I can ask Cheng Yu and Cheng Jiangjiang to teach you. That's too polite. Jiyu said humbly. He just didn't want to say it out loud. There really wasn't anyone who could teach him. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but it was the truth. Speaking of which, have you found someone? Zhuang Weiran asked. Yes, but it's not convenient for her to come today. I'll bring her to you before the beast hunting ceremony starts. Jiyu said. All right, then let's go down and talk in a place where there is no one. Zhuang Weiran said. But at this moment, the door to the 4th cultivation room suddenly opened. Jiyu took a look and realized it was a youth wearing a robe with 5 claws and 9 pythons. Looking at his attire, he knew he was a member of the royal family. Especially that robe with 5 claws and 9 pythons. It symbolized the identity of the royal family's prince. Zhuang Weiran was the 6th youngest among the Kanglan princes. This youth should be Zhuang Weiran's royal brother. However, this young man only coldly glanced at Zhuang Weiran and left. He should be your royal brother, right? Why does it seem like you don't have a good relationship with him? Jiyu asked casually. Yes, he is my 5th brother Zhuang Kunji. Maybe it's because my royal father spoiled me since I was young, so he always hated me. Zhuang Weiran said calmly. I see, let's go. Jiyu stopped talking. This was the royal family's matter. He didn't need to ask. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank low-grade profound skill lightning ray transformation gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank low-grade profound skill lightning ray transformation gained experience, 1 by 999 times. Jiyu, Zhuang Weiran and the Cheng sisters entered the palace together. This was Jiyu's first time in the palace. Not only was it magnificent, but it also gave him a sense of historical greatness. Although there was a bit of unpleasantness on the way here, Jiyu didn't even bother with Cheng Jiangjiang. So it didn't cause any trouble. The other party didn't react at all. Cheng Jiangjiang also seemed to feel bored and didn't continue. After entering the palace, Zhuang Weiran brought them to a quiet and beautiful lotus pond. There was no one nearby. It seemed like this was Zhuang Weiran's exclusive place. Chapter 290. Next, I'll tell you the rules of the beast hunting ceremony, as well as the tactics and other aspects. Zhuang Weiran said, when the beast hunting ceremony starts, every team will be randomly assigned to the outer regions of the beast mountain range. The time limit is 24 hours, and the final score will be based on the number of skulls of the beasts. Different levels of beasts will have different points. Teams can steal beasts from each other, but they can't kill each other. Once found out, violators will be forced to withdraw from the competition. The most important point is that you can only enter the inner regions. You can't even enter the core regions. Violators will have to bear the consequences. These are the rules you need to pay attention to. I won't talk about the other rules that don't mean much. Do you have any questions? Cheng Yu and Cheng Jiangjiang both answered. No. No. Jiyu shook his head silently. Other than not being allowed to kill, he could ignore the other rules. Then continue, let's talk about the tactics. Zhuang Weiran said, it's actually very simple. Yu, Jiangjiang, you guys will activate the array at the back. Me, him and his companions will fight the beasts at the front. If we meet a large group of beasts, you guys set up the array in advance. Then we'll attract the group of beasts. These are all very simple. It's just a precaution. I told you in advance. Of course, Zhuang Weiran was just going through the motions. She knew that as long as Jiyu was willing to take the initiative, they wouldn't have to do anything to win. Zhuang Weiran suddenly thought of something. Oh right, there's a reward at the end. I almost forgot to mention it. Our goal is to get first place. Just the reward for getting first place is enough. The team that gets first place can enter the palace's treasure vault and choose any treasure. Everyone can get a 15-day top-notch cultivation room token. After hearing this, Jiyu personally felt that this reward was not bad. Compared to the 15-day top-notch cultivation room token, he was more interested in the palace's treasure vault. As one of the most powerful forces in the Kanglan Empire, the treasures in the palace's treasure vault would definitely be the best. Any one of them would definitely be useful to him. When the time comes, he would have to choose properly. Our goal is to get first place. It's not that I don't have confidence, but our teammates have to be okay. At this moment, Cheng Jiangjiang spoke. Although she didn't mention Jiyu directly, it was obvious that she was hinting at Jiyu. Little sister, are you talking about me? Jiyu asked calmly. Ji. Shan Ji, don't be angry. Zhuang Weiran almost shouted out Jiyu's name, but luckily she reacted in time. After that, She said to Cheng Jiangjiang, Jiangjiang, you too. Don't talk nonsense over there. How am I speaking nonsense? Cheng Jiangjiang grumbled to himself. Since Zhuang Weiran had already said so much, she couldn't say anything else. After all, Zhuang Weiran was the owner of this place. I'm not angry. I just want her to understand something, Ji Yu said calmly. Suddenly, an aura of cultivation burst out from his body. Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang are both stunned. This aura was clearly much stronger than theirs. This meant that the cultivation of this white-robed man was at least at the 9th level of the defensive profound realm. Tempate. What's so great about this level of cultivation? After regaining her senses, Cheng Jiangjiang still couldn't hold back her pride and said unhappily. But in her heart, she didn't dare to underestimate this white-robed man anymore. Zhuang Weiran quickly understood Ji Yu's intention and just smiled. Since he had achieved his goal, Ji Yu retracted his aura of cultivation. He just wanted to scare this arrogant woman a little, so he only revealed his cultivation of 9th level of the defensive profound realm and didn't reveal his full cultivation. This way, this arrogant woman wouldn't bother him for no reason. Alright, I've said what I need to say. So, do you plan to go back or stay here until the day of the beast hunting ceremony? Zhuang Weiran gave Ji Yu a mysterious smile. What the hell? This woman dares to seduce me? But Ji Yu felt that it was better to forget it. After the incident with Qi Ling he didn't want to flirt with others. No need, I want to stay in the cultivation room for the next few days. Ji Yu very calmly rejected Zhuang Weiran. Alright. Seeing that Ji Yu didn't fall for it, Zhuang Weiran instantly felt that it was meaningless. When Ji Yu was about to leave, she reminded her again. Then you have to remember the time. At the latest, you have to come out after 10 days. Ji Yu waved his hand, indicating that he understood. After that, Ji Yu returned to the Xian Meridian Array. He used all the gold coins he had left to exchange for days in the top cultivation room, a total of 7 days in the top cultivation room. He added the 7 days of time into the number 6 training room token that Zhuang Weiran had given him previously. In total, it was 17 days. Ji Yu estimated that he would stay in the top cultivation room for 10 days before going out to prepare for the beast hunting ceremony. Chapter 291. After putting down the token, Ji Yu entered cultivation room number 6. He was not in a hurry to start cultivating qi. Instead, he took out the manual, intermediate qi concealment technique that he had obtained previously. He would need it at the beast hunting ceremony, so he had to cultivate it in advance. Ding. Master has taken a look at the profound class superior qi concealment technique. 999 times comprehension ability. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully comprehended the profound class superior qi concealment technique. He mastered it in an instant. Ji Yu tried to use the qi concealment technique to see how much of his cultivation he could hide. Ding. Master used intermediate air concealment. Intermediate air concealment experience gained, 400 by 999 times. After he was done, Ji Yu discovered that his cultivation base had been successfully concealed from level 5 Tongxian stage to level 4 Tongxian stage. Ji Yu continued to improve the intermediate qi concealment technique. Ding. Master has taken a look at the intermediate qi concealment technique. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a look at the intermediate qi concealment technique. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations, Master. The profound class superior qi concealment technique has successfully broken through to initial mastery. At this stage, Ji Yu could conceal his cultivation base to the early stage of LV3 Tongxian realm. That was all for now. It would take too much time to improve the intermediate qi concealment technique to perfection. He did not have that much time to waste on it. He would make good use of the 10 days in the top cultivation room and improve the intermediate qi concealment technique later. Ding. Master has cultivated Shen Qi for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 100 by 999 times. Ding. Master has cultivated Shen Qi for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation experience gained, 100 by 999 times. In the top cultivation room, no one could disturb Ji. Therefore, he made good use of the 10 days. On the second day, he successfully broke through to peak LV5. On the 5th day, he successfully broke through to peak LV5. On the 10th day, Zhongxian's cultivation had reached its saturation point. He was infinitely close to Tongxian realm LV6. Currently, Ji was half a step into the 6th level of the Tongxian realm. In order to break through to the 6th level of the Tongxian stage in the remaining time, he took out a pill from his storage ring. This was a barrier-breaking pill, but it wasn't the one he had refined previously. This barrier-breaking pill was bought by Ji with gold coins. Since she had enough gold coins, there was no need for her to spend time refining it herself. Of course, he didn't have many gold coins left, so he couldn't be so extravagant in the future. Ding! Master has consumed the barrier-breaking pill. Martial arts cultivation EXP gained, 200,000 999 ek. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your cultivation base has successfully broken through to the early stage of the 6th level of the Tongxian realm. Ding! Congratulations, Master, your cultivation base has successfully broken through to the middle stage of the 6th level of the Tongxian realm. A level 5 middle-grade barrier-breaking pill was extremely effective in helping Ji break through to intermediate LV6 Tongxian realm. However, this pill couldn't be used all the time. Firstly, it could cause the realm to be unstable. Secondly, it was too expensive. No matter if she bought it directly or collected the materials to refine it herself, the amount of gold coins required was extremely high. After all, this level 5 middle-grade barrier-breaking pill was equivalent to the rarest and most precious pill in the Kanglan Empire. When the 10 days were up, Ji left cultivation room number 6 and put away the token. He was going to return to the Chenyuan Martial Mansion and bring Qi Ling to find Zhuang Weiran. Ding! Master has used the Thunder Luster transformation. Thunder Luster transformation EXP gained, 1000 999 x. Ding! Master has used the Thunder Luster transformation. Thunder Luster transformation EXP gained, 1000 999 ek. This time, Ji was smarter. He used his movement technique to return to the Chenyuan Martial Mansion and went directly to Qi Ling courtyard. Usually, no one would stay in Qi Ling courtyard. Previously, because Ji was too eye-catching, he attracted a lot of female students. That was why the series of events happened. Therefore, when Ji appeared in Qi Ling courtyard, no one noticed. Ji knocked on the door lightly. "Who is it?" Qi Ling voice sounded from inside. "It's me," Ji replied. Qi Ling heart skipped a beat. Why did this bastard come here directly? However, in the next moment, she realized that there was no one outside. Other than Ji, she didn't hear anyone else's voice. "Is there no one else outside?" Qi Ling asked tentatively. "No," Ji replied. "All right then. I'll open the door for you now." Qi Ling heaved a sigh of relief. After what happened last time, she was in a bad mood. However, she couldn't tell what kind of bad mood she was in. There were all kinds of rumors about her relationship with Ji in the Chenyuan Martial House recently, and it was very serious. However, for some reason, she felt a trace of joy in her heart. Chapter 292. As soon as Qi Ling opened the door, she saw Ji standing outside in a white robe. Just as she was wondering why Ji suddenly changed into this outfit, she saw Ji walking directly into the house. "Why are you here?" "Hey! Don't barge in without saying anything." Qi Ling could not help but panic. "I'm not going to do anything." "Why are you panicking?" Ji said, "The beast hunting ceremony will begin in a few days. There are 3 people in our team. You have to meet them first, right?" Qi Ling wanted to say something but stopped. "All right." Even so, she was still a little worried. This was the first time a member of the opposite sex entered her house. Seeing that Qi Ling did not throw a tantrum as usual, Ji was a little surprised. Without saying anything, he took Qi Ling and left directly. He grabbed Qi Ling's wrist and left the Chenyuan martial mansion in a flash. Ding! Master has performed the lightning luster transformation. Lightning luster transformation gained experience points, 1000 by 999 times. Ding! Master has performed the lightning luster transformation. Lightning luster transformation gained experience points, 1000 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The inferior Earth rank lightning luster transformation has successfully broken through to the impeccable realm. At this moment, Qi Ling gently gritted her teeth. With Ji grabbing her wrist in such a hurry, it was as if they were eloping. When they arrived at the palace, Ji stopped. This was because he could not act recklessly in the palace. If he directly used his movement technique to barge into the palace, he would definitely be punished for the crime of being an enemy. After showing the token that Zhuang Weiran gave him, he and Qi Ling successfully entered the palace. Remember, don't say my name later. Just call me what you usually call me. Before going to meet Zhuang Weiran, Ji reminded Qi Ling he did not want the twin sisters to know his true identity. After all, he was not familiar with them at all. He had to be wary of others. Usually, Qi Ling was stunned for a moment. Don't you usually like to call me a bastard or a hooligan? Ji said calmly. Qi Ling immediately understood what Ji meant. She muttered, "You are a hooligan to begin with." After saying this, she recalled what had happened in the maple forest a few days ago, and her face couldn't help but blush. Not long after, the 5 people in the same group met for the first time. This is Miss Qi Ling from the Chenyuan martial house. Is she your partner, young master? After a short silence, Zhuang Weiran spoke first. That's right. Ji nodded. Qi Ling was stunned for a moment. Then, she leaned closer to Ji and whispered, "Hey, is he the 6th prince?" "Well, you can call her the 6th prince, or you can call her the 6th princess, or you can even call her a transvestite," Ji said in a very normal tone. "Human, transvestite?" Qi Ling was taken aback. "Don't listen to his nonsense. My name is Zhuang Weiran. Don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm actually a girl." Zhuang Weiran rolled her eyes at Ji. "Oh." Qi Ling nodded. In fact, she had been wondering if this person in front of her was a girl in disguise because her appearance was too beautiful. After Ji showed a part of her cultivation last time, Cheng Jiangjiang didn't say anything this time. "Well, now that everyone is here," Zhuang Weiran said to Ji and Qi Ling, "Stay here tonight. Then, you will leave early tomorrow morning and go to the entrance of the Monster Mountain Range to register." Zhuang Weiran had already prepared a dormitory for Ji and Qi Ling. Ji and Qi Ling went to their own dormitories. Taking advantage of the free time, Ji continued to improve the intermediate Qi concealment technique. Ding! Master has taken a look at the intermediate Qi concealment technique. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Master has taken a look at the intermediate Qi concealment technique. Experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You've successfully broken through to the mastery stage of the mystic rank superior secret technique, intermediate air concealment technique. Before going to bed, Ji improved the intermediate Qi concealment technique to the mastery level. Early the next morning, after eating the breakfast sent by the palace servant, Ji met up with the other 4 people beside the lotus pond and prepared to take the spirit ship. The 5 of them agreed that they shouldn't attract too much attention. Therefore, they casually invited an ordinary carriage and asked a loyal servant in the palace to be the coachman. In fact, there were royal mounts in the palace. They were all tamed second-grade monsters. Those demonic beasts were many times faster than ordinary horses. However, it was too eye-catching. With Ji's current situation, doing such a meaningless act would only bring him trouble. Chapter 293. Recently, Zhuang Weiran had been in a good mood. The monster hunting ceremony was coming up, and she knew that she would definitely win the first place. With Ji Yu's absolute strength that stood in the second echelon of the entire Azure Water Empire, there was simply no one who was Ji Yu's opponent in the beast hunting ceremony. Regardless of whether it was in terms of fighting each other or in terms of hunting demonic beasts. Zhuang Weiran, who was in a good mood, had a lot of fun chatting. She didn't have to talk to Ji Yu. She could talk to Cheng Yeye, Cheng Jiangjiang, or Qi Ling Yeye, Jiangjiang, is there any fun place in the Pajuan Empire? Zhuang Weiran asked. Oh no, it's starting again. Hearing this, Cheng Jiangjiang knew that Zhuang Weiran was going to start again. Yeye, you should talk to her. She immediately threw this task to her sister. Oh. Cheng Yeye, who was gentle, didn't care and started chatting with Zhuang Weiran patiently. At this time, Ji Yu was quietly improving her intermediate hiding aura technique and wasn't interested in the topic at all. Ding. Master took a look at intermediate hiding aura technique. Intermediate hiding aura technique gained experience. 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master took a look at intermediate hiding aura technique. Intermediate hiding aura technique gained experience. 1 by 999 times. She flipped through the contents of the intermediate hiding aura technique in her mind. The effect was fast and simple. After some time, Zhuang Weiran finally finished chatting with Cheng Yeye. But before the carriage reached the shore, she found Qi Ling and started chatting with her again. Zhuang Weiran was about to open her mouth, but she noticed that Qi Ling was doing something. Although Qi Ling hid it well, she could still see through it. Qi Ling stole glances at Ji Yu from time to time. All this fell into Zhuang Weiran's eyes. Looking at Qi Ling Zhuang Weiran smiled slightly. Miss Ling can I call you that? Zhuang Weiran asked with a smile. Qi Ling immediately replied, Sixth Princess, what's the matter? It was indeed well concealed, but it was a pity that Zhuang Weiran had long discovered it. I heard that young master confessed to you and you accepted him. Is that true? Zhuang Weiran asked mysteriously. As a member of the royal family, there were very few things in the royal city that she did not know. Not to mention the news that had spread like wildfire in the Chenyuan martial house a few days ago. Ah, you misunderstood me. Qi Ling quickly explained, that fellow only wanted to invite me to participate in the beast hunting ceremony, so I agreed. That's what happened. That's all. Zhuang Weiran pretended to be skeptical as he asked. That's all. Qi Ling nodded affirmatively. Come sit over here. Zhuang Weiran waved at Qi Ling Although Qi Ling didn't understand what Zhuang Weiran wanted to do, she still followed her instructions and sat down. Hey, let me ask you something. Zhuang Weiran whispered into Qi Ling's ear. When Zhuang Weiran spoke, her breath tickled Qi Ling's ears. She couldn't help but shrink her neck slightly. What is it? Do you like Ji Yu or not? Zhuang Weiran asked softly. Qi Ling was already a little sensitive due to Zhuang Weiran's breath. When she heard what Zhuang Weiran said, she was shocked. What? What did you say? Qi Ling couldn't help but speak loudly. She even stuttered a little. Sure, Zhuang Weiran whispered, I'm just curious. You can just tell me secretly. I won't tell anyone. You really won't tell anyone? Qi Ling hesitated for a moment before she asked softly. There was a chance. When Zhuang Weiran heard Qi Ling's reply, she felt that there was a high chance that she could get Qi Ling to tell her the truth. Of course. I'm a member of the royal family. My words carry weight. You can rest assured. Zhuang Weiran promised. All right then, Qi Ling finally spilled the beans in her heart. Actually, I don't know how to explain it. I obviously hate that fellow, but gradually, I have a strange feeling. She didn't think much of it before. However, ever since Ji Yu's joke, she didn't understand what was going on. She had kept it in her heart for too long. Moreover, the sixth princess was also a woman. She felt that the sixth princess might know what was going on. There's no doubt that you've fallen for him. Zhuang Weiran patted her chest and said. It can't be, right? Qi Ling sounded surprised and confused. Although she had already guessed it, She didn't want to believe that she would fall for that hateful fellow. However, the sixth princess said it so confidently that she didn't know what to do. Yes. Believe me, you've definitely fallen for him. Zhuang Weiran's tone became even more certain. Qi Ling couldn't help but fall into a daze when she heard that. Zhuang Weiran and Qi Ling had been speaking very softly. Ji Yu was focused on improving the intermediate-level Qi concealment technique. Therefore, he didn't hear what they were saying at all. However, he heard Zhuang Weiran and Qi Ling whispering to each other. He opened his eyes and asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" "Ah, we're talking about..." Zhuang Weiran seemed to have forgotten her promise to Qi Ling. She smiled and said. However, before she could finish her sentence, Qi Ling covered her mouth with her hand. Chapter 294. She didn't say anything. Qi Ling hurriedly covered Zhuang Weiran's mouth and explained in a panic. "Then you can continue." Although it looked suspicious, Ji Yu didn't care so much. He only noticed that Zhuang Weiran and Qi Ling seemed to have a good relationship. It could only be said that Zhuang Weiran was really familiar with her. Ji Yu didn't care about them anymore and continued with his own business. Then Qi Ling let go of her hand that was covering Zhuang Weiran's mouth. Qi Ling's face was red and she rebuked, "Didn't you say that you would never tell anyone?" No, you misunderstood me. I just wanted to use other things to brush you off." Zhuang Weiran explained awkwardly, "Who knew that you wouldn't let me finish? I really didn't mean that." However, in fact, if Qi Ling hadn't stopped her in time, she would have told Ji Yu that Qi Ling was attracted to. In that case, things would develop in a direction that she found interesting. So that's the case. Qi Ling didn't think too much and believed Zhuang Weiran's words. She believed it so easily. Zhuang Weiran couldn't help but feel that this girl was too naive and cute. It made her want to bully Qi Ling more. "Come on, let's continue the topic just now." At this time, Zhuang Weiran was like a big bad wolf. And Qi Ling was like a weak little lamb. Zhuang Weiran even planned to impart some strange knowledge to this little lamb. The carriage arrived at the station. Before getting off the carriage, Ji Yu looked at Zhuang Weiran and Qi Ling in confusion. Why was Zhuang Weiran smiling so strangely? Why was Qi Ling blushing and about to cry? What happened between you two? Ji Yu asked in confusion. "This is a private matter between us women. You don't need to know," Zhuang Weiran said. Qi Ling was so shy that she couldn't say a word. Since Zhuang Weiran didn't want to say, Ji Yu didn't care. After getting off the carriage, they went directly to the spirit ship. After buying the first-class tickets, Ji Yu and the others boarded the spirit ship. At this time, Ji Yu had already entered her own high-class room. Ding. "Master, take a look at intermediate air concealment. Intermediate air concealment experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master, take a look at intermediate air concealment. Intermediate air concealment experience gained, 1 by 999 times. Ding. Congratulations Master for successfully breaking through to the immaculate refinement stage of the profound rank high-grade profound skill, intermediate air concealment technique. Ding. Congratulations Master for successfully breaking through to the peak of perfection realm with the profound rank upper grade profound skill intermediate air concealment technique." Just before the spirit ship arrived at its destination, Ji Yu finally managed to upgrade her intermediate aura concealment technique to the Great Circle realm. He then cast the intermediate air concealment spell to see how effective it was. A second later, the effect appeared. Ji Yu's cultivation base had been concealed from the middle of LV6 Tongxian realm to the peak of LV9 defensive mystic realm. This was the maximum concealment effect of the intermediate concealment technique. But this was enough. As long as his cultivation wasn't above Tongxian realm, no one would be able to recognize him. As for the other side, Zhuang Weiran and the others were very free. Especially Zhuang Weiran, she seemed to be addicted to bullying Qi Ling. Qi Ling was already more and more concerned about Ji Yu because of Zhuang Weiran's words. Now, every time she was teased by Zhuang Weiran, she would be very shy. Cheng Ye and Cheng Jiangjiang didn't care, as long as they weren't the ones being teased by Zhuang Weiran. Sister Ling I think that if you have the courage, you'd better tell Jiyu the truth as soon as possible. At this time, Zhuang Weiran came to Qi Ling room again to brainwash her. No, no. Absolutely not. Qi Ling shook her head desperately and said, that bastard will definitely take advantage of me. You can't think like that. You have to know that Jiyu is a fool in this aspect. If you don't take the initiative, he will probably never notice you. Zhuang Weiran continued to brainwash her, but if you take the initiative, as the saying goes, it's easy for a woman to chase a man. Maybe you'll succeed in an instant. Is it really possible? Qi Ling didn't realize that she had been brainwashed into an idiot in love by Zhuang Weiran. Yes, you can. Trust me. You just have to be bold. Zhuang Weiran kept encouraging her. Okay, I'll try my best. Qi Ling made up her mind. Zhuang Weiran nodded with satisfaction. In fact, she didn't have any ulterior motive. She just thought it was very interesting. After countless brainwashing by Zhuang Weiran, Qi Ling gradually recognized her feelings for Jiyu. But the estrangement in her heart made it difficult for her to summon up the courage. Chapter 295. Ding. Master has cultivated celestial qi for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience points, 20 by 999 times. Ding. Master has cultivated celestial qi for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience points, 20 by 999 times. As it was a high-class room, the celestial qi was twice as dense as the outside world. Jiyu cultivated his celestial qi in the room after upgrading the intermediate qi concealment skill to perfection. Even though the spirit ship was about to reach the shore, he didn't relax. At this moment, Jiyu suddenly heard Zhuang Weiran's voice coming from outside the door. Ling and I are here for you. Hearing this, Jiyu did not ask any further and went to open the door. Zhuang Weiran pushed Qi Ling in. What are you guys doing? Jiyu asked as she looked at them. Nothing. We just want to bring Ling here to have some fun. Zhuang Weiran smiled. As she spoke, she controlled Qi Ling's shoulder and made her face Jiyu. However, Qi Ling didn't dare to look at Jiyu directly. She blushed. Jiyu noticed Qi Ling's strange behavior and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Nothing. Qi Ling covered her face and said. Now, whenever she saw Jiyu, she would blush and her heart would beat faster. Regarding this, Jiyu found it very strange. What happened to Qi Ling today? Why did she suddenly become a different person? Don't be so shy. Come here. Zhuang Weiran pushed Qi Ling and gradually approached Jiyu. No. As she got closer to Jiyu, Qi Ling couldn't stand it anymore and ran out of the room. Why did she run away? Zhuang Weiran was regretful. Zhuang Weiran, did you do something to her? Jiyu asked. No, I didn't do anything. Zhuang Weiran denied. Forget it if you don't want to say. Jiyu didn't believe Zhuang Weiran at all. But don't go too far. He would never believe that Qi Ling's sudden change had nothing to do with Zhuang Weiran. I know. Zhuang Weiran's tone was perfunctory. However, this was equivalent to her self-destruction. After that, Zhuang Weiran ran off to look for Qi Ling. Since she knew that she had to show her face during the registration process, Jiyu put on a mask that could change her appearance in advance. After reaching the shore, Jiyu and the other 4 got off the spirit ship. Now that he had changed his appearance with the mask, the white robe on his head was pulled down. The beast hunting ceremony won't start until tomorrow afternoon. We still have plenty of time. Let's take a stroll around this ancient radiant city first. Zhuang Weiran said. At this time, her makeup was still on. She was dressed in standard male attire with a hat on her head. In a place like this, no one would be able to recognize that she was a member of the royal family. Qi Ling, on the other hand, was walking at the back of the group. She seemed to be deliberately keeping a certain distance from Jiyu. I'll find a place to rest. You guys can do whatever you want, Jiyu said. If he had the time to wander around, He might as well use it to cultivate. Don't go. Zhuang Weiran hooked onto Jiyu's arm and pulled Jiyu back. It's just a casual stroll. It won't take much time. All right, as long as you're happy. Jiyu was helpless. Seeing Jiyu and Zhuang Weiran being so intimate, Qilinga felt a little uncomfortable. But she didn't say it out loud. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank low-level mystic skill lightning ray transformation gained experience. 1 by 999 times. Ding. Master has taken a step. Earth rank low-level mystic skill lightning ray transformation gained experience. 1 by 999 times. Just like this, Jiyu was dragged around by Zhuang Weiran. Zhuang Weiran rarely left the royal palace, let alone the royal city. The last time she escaped from the royal city, she was caught by Jiyu before she could do anything. This time, she finally came to the ancient Radiance City. Naturally, she wanted to have fun. Now, Jiyu and the other 4 girls were in a shop. This was a shop that sold clothes, and it was the property of the WN Bao Pavilion. Needless to say, it was related to the WN Bao Pavilion. This shop wasn't small. It was 3 stories high, and there were all kinds of clothes displayed inside and outside. Zhuang Weiran didn't buy clothes for herself, but she was very interested in choosing clothes for Qiling, Cheng Yeye, and Cheng Jiangjiang. First was Qiling. She was forced to buy a set of clothes by Zhuang Weiran. This is. Qiling looked at the set of clothes in her hand in confusion. She didn't understand what Zhuang Weiran was doing. Come, let's try it on. Zhuang Weiran brought Qiling into a small room that provided clothes to try on. Now, only Jiyu, Cheng Yeye, and Cheng Jiangjiang were left standing there. Jiyu wasn't familiar with Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang, so he didn't say anything. What's your name? The atmosphere was silent for a while before Cheng Jiangjiang took the initiative to ask. The beast hunting ceremony was about to begin, but she didn't know this person's name. It wouldn't matter if it was someone else, but this person was at the 9th level of the defensive profound realm. With this level of cultivation, no matter which empire he was in, he would be a rare genius. Therefore, Cheng Jiangjiang was quite curious about this person's name. Although she seemed to have heard Zhuang Weiran call this person Shanji, she wasn't sure if she heard it wrong. You don't need to know my name, Jiyu said lightly. What's with that bad temper? Cheng Jiangjiang said unhappily, I'm just asking for your name, and you're so petty. SOSO, just a little better than you. Jiyu said casually. Chapter 296. Hearing the 2 of them bickering, Cheng Yeye could tell that her sister wasn't hated. She was relieved. However, she wanted to know his name. Well, young master, it's better to tell me your surname so that we can call each other. Cheng Yeye said cautiously. Then you can just call me young master. Jiyu replied immediately. He did not want to say the surname Ji casually. However, he did not like to change his surname, so he could only answer in this way. Okay. Cheng Yeye did not continue to ask. Cheng Jiangjiang was unhappy and started to argue with Jiyu again. Jiyu felt that it was too boring and simply ignored Cheng Jiangjiang after a few words. At this moment, Zhuang Weiran brought Qiling out of the room. Qiling was wearing a light pink dress with white lace embroidered on the sleeves. There were 2 layers of creamy white chiffon collars in front of her neck. She looked delicate and exquisite with only a light chiffon covering her shoulders. Her fair shoulders were faintly discernible. Coupled with the blush on Qiling's face, she looked extremely alluring. How is it? This was because Zhuang Weiran had pushed Qiling out. Otherwise, Qiling would be too embarrassed to come out. Although Qiling was shy, she could not help but look forward to it. However, Jiyu's next sentence shocked them. What do you mean? Zhuang Weiran was speechless for a while before she said, I really did not expect you to be so dense. So, are you talking about the clothes? Jiyu roughly understood what Zhuang Weiran meant. He looked at Qiling's clothes and said, not bad, right? Zhuang Weiran waited for a while, but Jiyu did not say anything else. Don't you have anything else to say? She did not know what to say to this guy anymore. This idiot, shouldn't he at least praise him more? Even so, Qi Ling-er's heart was filled with joy when she heard those words. Then, Zhuang Weiran picked out clothes for Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang. During this time, Ji Yu and Qi Ling-er stood together. The atmosphere was a little awkward. To be honest, he wasn't used to Qi Ling-er acting like this. In the past, to put it nicely, he had a strong personality. To put it bluntly, he had a very bad temper. But at least she was lively. What had he become now? She immediately turned into a delicate little girl who would get shy at the slightest thing. The contrast between the two was so huge that Ji Yu was not used to it. Qi Ling-er. Hearing Ji Yu's sudden words, Qi Ling-er was slightly taken aback. What's wrong? Qi Ling-er said in a panic. What happened to you these past few days? Can you tell me? Ji Yu couldn't help but ask. I can't say it. Qi Ling-er jabbed her little fingers together, feeling extremely shy. Seeing Qi Ling-er like this, Ji Yu found it hard to look at her. However, this was not bad. In a sense, she was much cuter than before. Since Qi Ling-er didn't want to say it, he didn't intend to continue asking. After Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang came out, Zhuang Weiran didn't let Ji Yu comment. Because she knew that Ji Yu wouldn't say anything nice. Zhuang Weiran helped Cheng Yeye, Cheng Jiangjiang, and Qi Ling-er pay for the clothes and then left the shop. By the way, don't you choose your own clothes? As soon as they walked out of the shop, Ji Yu suddenly asked. He noticed that Zhuang Weiran was very active in helping others choose clothes, but she didn't choose clothes for herself. So he was a little curious. Hearing this, Zhuang Weiran was surprised. She seemed to be surprised that Ji Yu, a fool, would ask such a question. No, I'm a member of the royal family. My identity is special. After being surprised, Zhuang Weiran explained, and I have to dress up as a man. Even if I choose clothes, I don't need them. I see. Ji Yu replied very calmly without any other emotions. However, he noticed that Zhuang Weiran's eyes seemed to flash with a trace of sadness. He had never seen Zhuang Weiran reveal such emotions. Even if it was only for a moment, he couldn't help but be a little concerned. Zhuang Weiran seemed to want to continue to play in other places. However, Ji Yu wasn't willing to. Under Ji Yu's objection, Zhuang Weiran finally followed him to find a temporary place to stay. In the ancient Yaoguang city, the most luxurious place was naturally the Qingfeng restaurant. Under Ji Yu's lead, they all came to the Qingfeng restaurant to rent a place. However, Leng Rumeng wasn't here, so Ji Yu couldn't be a freeloader like last time. Moreover, even if Leng Rumeng was here, he wouldn't look for her. Not only did he have to be more careful with this kind of woman, but he also couldn't owe too many favors. Of course, he would repay the favors that he owed in the past. Chapter 297. After spending a lot of gold coins, Ji Yu managed to book 5 high-class rooms in the Qingfeng restaurant. After all, it was the most high-class restaurant in the ancient city of Radiance. Even if it was just for one night, the cost was not low. However, these gold coins were nothing to Ji Yu. In the Qingfeng restaurant, Ji Yu realized that there were many young geniuses, many of whom he had seen before. It was probably because the beast hunting ceremony was going to start tomorrow, so like Ji Yu and the rest, they had come to the Qingfeng restaurant to stay for a day. However, not everyone who was going to participate in the beast hunting ceremony would come to the ancient city of Radiance, and not everyone came to the ancient city of Radiance for the beast hunting ceremony. There were many entrances and exits to the Beast Mountain Range. There were several ancient cities surrounding the Beast Mountain Range. The ancient city of Radiance was just one of the temporary resting places. Among so many young geniuses, there were not many who were qualified to participate in the beast hunting ceremony. After all, the threshold of defensive profound realm level 5 was quite high. Most of them were just here to join in the fun. Besides that, Ji Yu also got a piece of news. As there were many young geniuses gathered here today, the boss of the Qingfeng restaurant specially held a banquet to welcome them. Ji Yu was too lazy to attend such a banquet, but Zhuang Weiran insisted on joining in the fun. He was a little worried, so he had no choice but to follow along. Ji Yu had attended such a banquet before, And it happened to be at the Qingfeng restaurant too. It was boring the last time, and this time it would be the same. Let's go and find a seat, Zhuang Weiran said excitedly when they arrived at the large hall where the banquet was held. Jiyu did not say anything and found a seat. A group of young men and women were toasting each other, and the atmosphere was lively. Only Jiyu's table was the most unusual. Needless to say, Jiyu did not like such occasions at all. Zhuang Weiran unexpectedly sat in her seat, as if she was purely here to enjoy the lively atmosphere. As for Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang, they were from the Pajuan Empire, not the Kanglan Empire. There was no need for them to know those people. As for Qi Ling she was not in the mood at all. At first, there were still people who took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Cheng Yeye, Cheng Jiangjiang, and Qi Ling. Cheng Yeye let nature take its course. Cheng Jiangjiang didn't give a good face directly and drove those people away. Towards the end, no one dared to strike up a conversation with her. Qi Ling was the only one who was at a loss. Not only did she care more and more about Jiyu, but she also cared more and more about Jiyu's feelings. If he was still the same as before, Jiyu would probably hate him. She didn't want that. That was why he didn't know how to deal with others. If not for Cheng Jiangjiang, she would not know what to do. Jiyu noticed that the changes in Qi Ling were getting bigger and bigger. He felt that if there was a chance in the future, he should ask Qi Ling about it. Until the end of the banquet, Jiyu and the others remained seated. Other than drinking wine and tasting delicacies, he had never taken the initiative to interact with others. It just so happened that they had settled the question of dinner. After the banquet ended, Jiyu and the other four returned to their respective rooms. It was only night now, but Jiyu had already begun to cultivate her Xian Qi. Ding. Master cultivated her profound Qi for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master cultivated her profound Qi for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Late at night, Jiyu could feel that his cultivation was not far from the late stage of LV6 Tongxian realm. Late at night, he fell asleep. The next morning, he woke up and finished his breakfast. Then, Jiyu and the other four immediately got on the carriage and headed towards the Monster Beast mountain range. Although the monster hunting ceremony would only start in the afternoon, they had to register in advance. After 2 to 3 hours, the carriage arrived at one of the entrances of the Monster Beast mountain range. There were many young geniuses at the entrance. There was even an expert of the Tongxian realm. He should be the person in charge of registration. I'll report your identities later. Then, you can check your bone age and cultivation. That's all. When they were about to get off the carriage, Zhuang Weiran reminded them. Normally, the team leader would report everyone's identities. Zhuang Weiran was the leader of the team. To be on the safe side, don't report my name as Shan Ji later. Just change it to something else. At this moment, Jiyu communicated with Zhuang Weiran mentally. He had used the name Shan Ji a long time ago in the Chaoyang Ancient City's recruitment exam. It would be risky to use it again. At least before the monster hunting ceremony ended, he did not want anyone to find out his identity, especially the evolving temple. This monster hunting ceremony was a good opportunity for Jiyu to improve his strength. When he could fight against a LV9 Tongxian realm expert, he would not need to fear the evolving temple anymore. Chapter 298. Hearing Jiyu's words, Zhuang Weiran nodded silently. After getting off the carriage, Jiyu and the other three waited at the side. Zhuang Weiran went alone to report the team's information to the prosecutor and register. Zhuang Weiran, Qi Ling Cheng Yeye, and Cheng Jiangjiang all used their real names to register. Only Jiyu, Zhuang Weiran gave her the name Yu Mu, and as for her identity, she just casually filled in as a palace guard. The name Yu Mu was obviously not given casually by Zhuang Weiran, it was intentional. Yu Mu, was implying that Jiyu was a blockhead. However, Jiyu had no reaction. It was unknown whether he didn't realize that there was something wrong with the name, or he didn't care at all. After the registration, they immediately started the test. Jiyu used the intermediate energy concealment technique to hide her cultivation level to defensive profound realm level 9. After deliberately suppressing her aura, the result was that she was at defensive profound realm level 7. Even so, it caused the prosecutor to be shocked. Yu Mu, 16 years old, defensive profound realm level 7? To be able to reach this level at 16 years old, he could be considered one of the top geniuses in the Kanglan Empire. However, he had never heard of the name Yu Mu. What made him even more concerned was that this genius identity was actually a palace guard. This was too ridiculous. However, the one who reported his identity was the 6th prince, so the prosecutor didn't dare to say anything. Did I hear wrongly? He's only 16 years old and is already at defensive profound realm level 7? There are so many geniuses who suddenly rose up recently. Not long ago, there was Jiyu, and now there's Yu Mu. He's always been an unknown existence. Don't compare Jiyu. He's a super genius who stands at the 2nd tier of the Kanglan Empire. This Yu Mu can't compare at all. One could hear the surrounding people exclaiming. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Jiyu was Yu Mu, and Yu Mu was Jiyu. Even Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang were surprised. Cheng Jiangjiang, in particular, blurted out, "You're only 16? She knew that this guy's true cultivation level was definitely above the 9th level of the defensive profound realm. He was just deliberately concealing his cultivation level. That was why she was even more surprised that he was able to reach the 9th level of the defensive profound realm at the age of 16. In comparison, the martial arts talent that she had always been proud of was nothing. However, Cheng Jiangjiang did not feel dejected because of this. This was because she also had the identity of a genius array master. In this aspect, she felt that this guy definitely couldn't compare to her. Only Zhuang Weiran and Qi Ling who knew Jiyu, wouldn't make such a big fuss. Following that, Zhuang Weiran and the rest were also tested. Zhuang Weiran, 18 years old, 7th level of the defensive profound realm. Cheng Yeye, 16 years old, 7th level of the defensive profound realm. Cheng Jiangjiang, 16 years old, 7th level of the defensive profound realm. Qi Ling 17 years old, LV7 defensive profound realm. Coincidentally, all 5 of them were at the 7th level of the defensive profound realm. The surroundings suddenly fell into a temporary suffocating silence. Although this team could not be considered a top team because there were martial cultivators at the age of 22 who could also participate, it could be considered a top team of geniuses. The 5 of them were all under the age of 18, which was the most important point. Some of the experts who were gambling in the dark had already started to secretly discuss and bet on this team. I think this team can enter the top 5 in this beast hunting ceremony. I don't think it's safe to enter the top 5. After all, they are all so young and definitely don't have much actual combat experience. Entering the top 10 is more stable. It's a pity that they are still too young. I heard that the 2nd Prince and the 5th Prince's teams are very strong as a whole. There are also a few other teams that are very strong. It would be good enough for them to enter the top 10. In the end, most of these people bet that this team could enter the top 10. A small number of them bet that they could enter the top 5, while a few of them bet that they could enter the top 3. As for the 1st and 2nd place, not a single person bet on it. This was because they did not think that this team could enter the top 2 at all. They weren't stupid. They definitely wouldn't touch this kind of bet that guaranteed no profit. Chapter 299. After the inspection, Jiyu and the other 4 waited at the entrance of the Beast Mountain Range for the beast hunting ceremony to begin. It wasn't even noon yet, and the beast hunting ceremony wouldn't start until the afternoon. During this period of time, not only was it to allow the participants to register in time, but it was also to allow the people from the palace to check the outer and inner regions of the Beast Mountain Range. A few days ago, the palace had sent people to set up formations all over the Beast Mountain Range. It was a type of formation that could reflect everything within range to the formation master. After setting up enough formations in the Beast Mountain Range, They could capture everything in the outer and inner regions of the Beast Mountain range to see if anyone broke the rules during the competition. However, as long as it was a formation, there would be a small chance of something going wrong. In order to ensure that the formation wouldn't go wrong during the competition, they had to send people to check it before the competition started. There's still some time before the beast hunting ceremony starts, so I'll tell you more about it. At this time, Zhuang Weiran said, "This time, our main enemies are two teams. One is my fifth brother Zhuang Kunji's team, and the other is my second brother Zhuang Shangxin's team." In reality, she just wanted to inform Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang, just in case. With Ji Yu's absolute strength, it didn't matter if she heard this news or not. Qi Ling also knew Ji Yu's identity, so she didn't need to care about this. My second and fifth brothers have been in close contact with the top geniuses of the Kanglan Empire Academy and the Qingxian sect. Both teams are very strong. Zhuang Weiran's tone gradually became serious. Also, it said that they are secretly in cahoots with the Evolving Temple. Zhuang Weiran's last sentence made the originally relaxed Ji Yu widen his eyes. The Evolving Temple had already started to make their move. Ji Yu was sure that even if it wasn't for him, the Evolving Temple would definitely send people to participate in the Evolving Temple for other geniuses. Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang had also heard of the Evolving Temple, but they didn't care too much about it. In their Pajuan Empire, the Evolving Temple was the holy land that all geniuses dreamed of. Every empire's Evolving Temple was different. Some were notorious, while others were popular. The only thing they were worried about was whether the other party was too strong. Qi Ling was the only one who didn't react. She didn't know much about the Evolving Temple. At most, she only knew that there was such a force. It seems like I don't need to explain too much about the Evolving Temple. Zhuang Weiran looked at their reactions and said, "But don't worry too much about it. Just do what you need to do." She also knew that the Evolving Temple definitely had its eyes on Ji Yu, so she was not surprised by Ji Yu's obvious reaction. After all, there had never been a time when the number one genius of the three-sect great competition had not been targeted by the Evolution Temple. The branch of the Evolving Temple in the ancient city of the Rising Sun was like a bandit that no one could control. Although it wouldn't go overboard, as long as it wanted to do something, no one could control it. At most, they would restrain it. This was the most apt description. However, Ji Yu soon regained her composure. So what if the Evolving Temple sent someone? The beast hunting ceremony had a mandatory rule that the participants had to be under the age of 22. Under this age, at least in the entire Kanglan Empire, there was no genius that could compare to him. If the people from the Evolving Temple pissed him off, he wouldn't mind teaching them a little bit of a lesson. After all, it was only a matter of time before he fell out with the Evolving Temple. It didn't matter if it happened sooner or later. Other than these two teams, there's nothing else we need to care about. Zhuang Weiran said. Then, why are the second prince and the fifth prince colluding with the Evolving Temple? At this moment, Ji Yu suddenly asked. He was a little concerned about this. I'm actually not very sure about this. Maybe they all want to be recognized by my father. Zhuang Weiran said with a face full of guesses. Ji Yu instantly understood what Zhuang Weiran meant. If they wanted to be recognized by the king of Kanglan, then it must be to inherit the throne. So, you have the same goal as them? Ji Yu asked again. I'm not the same. I'm not very interested in that. I just thought that the beast hunting ceremony would be interesting, so I came to participate. Zhuang Weiran smiled faintly. Ji Yu didn't continue to ask, nor did he doubt Zhuang Weiran's words. To him, with Zhuang Weiran's personality, it was normal for her to say such things. Chapter 300. Ding. Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ding. Master has cultivated martial arts for 1 minute. Martial arts cultivation gained experience, 10 by 999 times. Ji Yu passed this period of time by cultivating her celestial Kai. When the time came, the monster hunting ceremony officially began. All the participants had signed up, and all the formations in the Monster Beast mountain range had been checked. Under the prosecutor's order, all the teams rushed into the Monster Beast mountain range at the same time. The time limit for the beast hunting ceremony was only 24 hours. Every minute and every second played a critical role. After rushing into the entrance, the participants scattered in all directions. When it came to hunting monsters, they definitely couldn't follow the main group. Only GU and the others were different. They went straight into the inner area. At the same time, a translucent screen appeared in mid-air at the entrance. The image on the screen seemed to be controlled by someone. It kept switching between different scenes in the Monster Beast mountain range. There were many spectators around, watching what was happening in the mountain range through the screen in mid-air. After 10 minutes, GU and the others entered the inner area. He didn't use the Thunder Luster transformation at the beginning. Instead, he used a very ordinary movement skill. He just needed to be with Zhuang Weiran and the others. As Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang moved forward, they prepared the formation in advance. Roar. Soon, a second-grade 5th-level monster beast noticed the commotion caused by GU and the others entering the inner area. Without saying anything, Cheng Jiangjiang threw a formation scroll, which was a formation diagram, at it. Ding! Master has taken a look at the superior second-grade formation, Spirit Snake formation, and triggered 999 times comprehension ability. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have successfully comprehended the superior second-grade formation, Spirit Snake formation. GU glanced at the formation diagram that Cheng Jiangjiang threw out and understood it instantly. This was the Spirit Serpent Array, one of the most powerful second-grade arrays. Dealing with a second-grade 5th-grade demonic beast was a piece of cake. In less than a minute, the monster beast was killed by the formation. How is it? I'm awesome, right? Cheng Jiangjiang said proudly. Especially when she deliberately stole a few glances at GU. However, he found that GU's expression did not change at all. It's all right. GU said casually. In his opinion, Cheng Jiangjiang should be a superior second-rank or inferior third-rank array master. Although this level was nothing in front of him, in the eyes of the general public, he was still an extraordinary array formation genius. Although he had casually said it's all right, it was quite pertinent. Looking at GU's expression and hearing GU's tone, Cheng Jiangjiang felt that it was too perfunctory. Forget it. Since you don't know anything about formations, you naturally won't know how powerful I am. Cheng Jiangjiang said with dissatisfaction. Hearing this, GU smiled but did not say anything. All right, that's enough. Let's move on. At this moment, Zhuang Weiran smiled. As a member of the royal family, she was a know-it-all. If she remembered correctly, GU had once activated a third-rank array in Chaoyang Ancient City and killed her enemy. However, Cheng Jiangjiang did not know about this at all. He even thought that GU did not know anything about formations. Therefore, she directly interrupted this topic to prevent another awkward situation from happening. Cheng Jiangjiang did not continue to say anything. GU, on the other hand, did not mind. Next, when they encountered monsters, GU, Zhuang Weiran, and Qi Linga fought in front, while Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang activated the formation behind. Cheng Yeye was good at all kinds of auxiliary formations, while Cheng Jiangjiang was good at all kinds of offensive formations. In fact, GU was just casually helping, and the strength she displayed was only about 1% of her true strength. There were not many teams in the inner area of the Monster Beast mountain range. Most of the teams were still fighting to kill the lower-level monsters in the outer area. Therefore, GU and the others had a smooth journey and were very efficient at killing monsters. Chapter 301. Countless people were watching from all around the entrance of the Monster Beast mountain range. The images on the screen changed frequently, and most of them stayed in the inner area. Several times, the images stopped at GU and the others. This team is interesting. It's actually the 6th Prince and Qi Ling from the Chenyuan Martial House. Although I haven't seen the other 3 people, they look very powerful. Looking at this team's performance, I think they should be in the top 10, or even the top 5. At most, they should be in the top 5. This time, the second prince and the fifth prince's teams are too strong. The performance of GU and the others in the inner area attracted the attention of many people outside. In their minds, this team could be called a dark horse. Because before the monster hunting ceremony began, many teams had been announcing and hyping themselves up. Especially the second prince and the fifth prince's teams, they were very high profile in the days before the monster hunting ceremony began. For example, the first and second place of this monster hunting ceremony were already reserved by their 2 teams. Apart from that, all the other teams with a little strength were also arrogant and imposing. Only this team did not have any news at all. If they did not see it on the screen, they would not even know that the sixth prince had formed a team. Although they were not very optimistic, they were looking forward to whether this dark horse team could make it to the top 5 in the end. At the same time, in the Monster Beast mountain range, GU and the others naturally did not know what was happening outside. They were still hunting beasts. After about an hour, they had already hunted more than a dozen second-grade beasts. Their efficiency was very good. At this time, they were dealing with a second-grade 8th-grade giant ape. This giant ape was huge and had amazing strength. It also had a certain level of intelligence. He was dragging a large tree that he had plucked out of nowhere as he charged ferociously towards GU and the other 4. Boom! Boom! The ground under their feet trembled slightly. Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang's eyes immediately became serious. Zhuang Weiran's expression was better. She knew GU's true strength. But for some reason, Qi Linga seemed to be worried. Even when the giant ape was in front of her, she did not have much reaction. When it was about 10 meters away, the giant ape suddenly stopped. Using the inertia of its huge body, it threw the tree trunk in its hand out. The tree trunk was smashing towards GU and the others, and the visual impact was huge. If he was hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. GU, Zhuang Weiran, Cheng Yeye, and Cheng Jiangjiang dodged in time, only to see Qi Linga standing there alone. "What are you doing?" GU shouted when she saw that Qi Linga still hadn't dodged. At this moment, Qi Linga suddenly came back to her senses. Only then did she notice that a huge tree was flying toward her. However, it was already too late for her to dodge. She subconsciously closed her eyes. Zhuang Weiran panicked as well. She didn't expect such a sudden turn of events. GU clicked her tongue. Without thinking, she turned into a bolt of lightning and returned to Qi Linga. Ding! Master has used lightning luster transformation. Lightning luster transformation gained experience. 1000*999 ek. He stretched out his hand, and lightning wrapped around his hand. Then, he cut the tree in half. Hearing the sound of the tree trunk breaking, Qi Linga opened her eyes and realized that it was GU who had saved her. The slightly intelligent giant ape seemed to have realized the terrifying strength of this young man in front of it. It turned around and ran away. Seeing this, Zhuang Weiran heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, GU was powerful enough. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine what would have happened to Qi Linga. At this moment, she heard Cheng Jiangjiang murmuring in disbelief. Weiran, he is more than defensive mystic realm level 9, right? Zhuang Weiran didn't know how to explain. Let's talk about this later. Let's go and check on Linga first. After that, she immediately went to Qi Linga's side. Linga, are you okay? I'm fine. Qi Linga smiled bitterly. There was a trace of self-blame in her eyes. She had made the most basic mistake of being distracted during the competition. She had even caused more trouble for GU. Just as she was about to turn around and apologize to GU, she suddenly felt her hand being held by someone. Then, GU's deep voice sounded. "Come with me for a while." It was obvious that GU was angry. Even though Qi Linga was shy, she restrained herself and didn't dare to struggle. "Wait here for a while. I have something to tell her." GU, Zhuang Weiran, and Zhuang Weiran left with Qi Linga. He stopped when they came to a corner where the array couldn't see. During the whole process, GU didn't say a word. The more GU didn't speak, the more Qi Linga felt that GU was angry. "Now, Can you tell me what happened recently? Ji Yu looked straight into Qi Ling-er's eyes and asked seriously. Qi Ling-er almost died just now. This was no joke. This time, he had to ask clearly. Chapter 302. All the screens at the entrance of the Monster Beast mountain range showed the scene where Ji Yu scared off the giant ape. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the giant ape was at level 8 of 2nd grade. It was as difficult to deal with as a level 9 of 2nd grade monster beast. However, it was scared off by that young man. Where did that young man come from? Why haven't I seen him before? To be able to scare off a level 8 of 2nd grade monster beast, this young man's cultivation is at least at level 9 of the defensive profound realm. I guess he is a genius specially invited by the 6th prince. It seems that this Dark Horse team has a high chance of entering the top 5. For a moment, it caused quite a stir. At the same time, somewhere in the Monster Beast mountain range, Qi Ling-er, who felt guilty, did not hide it anymore and told Ji Yu everything. After listening to her, Ji Yu sighed silently in his heart. Sure enough, it was Zhuang Weiran's doing. She had completely brainwashed Qi Ling-er. Ji Yu was so speechless that he did not know what to say. At this time, Qi Ling-er was very shy because she had just told Ji Yu her true feelings, which was equivalent to a confession. She was looking forward to it but was also afraid. She was looking forward to what Ji Yu would say next, but at the same time, she was afraid that Ji Yu would really respond to her confession. She was so contradictory in her heart. No matter what, she could not get rid of the barrier between her and men. However, Ji Yu was thinking about how to brainwash Qi Ling-er back to her original self. In his opinion, Qi Ling-er was about to be brainwashed into a fool by Zhuang Weiran. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of any useful ideas. Seeing Ji Yu looking down and not saying anything, Qi Ling-er could not help but ask in a low voice, Ji Yu, are you angry? I'm not angry, Ji Yu said. Since Qi Ling-er interrupted his thoughts, he could only temporarily give up on turning Qi Ling-er back to her original self. Okay. Qi Ling-er nodded, but she was still a little worried. Ji Yu noticed this and asked directly, what's on your mind? You can tell me everything, and I will find a way to help you solve it. Qi Ling-er hesitated for a while, wondering if she should say it out loud. It's true. It's best if you don't keep it to yourself. You'll feel much better if you say it out loud. Ji Yu persuaded. He felt that this could be a breakthrough point that could allow Qi Ling-er to return to normal. In the end, Qi Ling-er still decided to reveal the truth. Actually, I encountered something a long time ago that made me subconsciously hate men. I want to get close to you, but at the same time, I'm afraid of getting close to you. Subconsciously, I don't know what to do. Ji Yu was speechless. How would he know what to do? However, when he calmed down and thought about it, this kind of contradictory and strange mentality could be solved by looking at the root of the matter. Is it convenient for you to tell me what happened? Ji Yu asked. Qi Ling-er hesitated for a long time, but in the end, she shook her head. Okay. Since she was unwilling to say, Ji Yu did not force her. You don't have to think about those unnecessary things now. Focus on participating in the monster hunting ceremony. Qi Ling-er nodded silently. Although she was a little depressed, she did feel much more relaxed now that she had said so many things in her heart. A lot of time had passed, and Ji Yu could not let Zhuang Weiran and the others wait for too long. Then, he took Qi Ling-er back to where they were. While walking, Ji Yu thought to himself. So far, he knew two things. First, Qi Ling-er should have a good impression of him, but now, after being brainwashed by Zhuang Weiran, it turned into liking him. Second, Qi Ling-er had experienced something that caused her to have a psychological shadow of men. Although it was a little innocent, the reason why Qi Ling-er became like this was more or less related to him. He decided to help Qi Ling-er solve the knot in her heart if he could. If he could not, there was nothing he could do. Chapter 303. Zhuang Weiran was painstakingly explaining to Cheng Yeye and Cheng Jiangjiang what had just happened. Seeing that Ji Yu and Qi Ling had finally returned, she felt as if she was relieved. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's continue hunting demonic beasts. We can't waste too much time. Zhuang Weiran immediately stopped the topic and said to Ji Yu, Young master, what did you and Linga do just now? Ji Yu didn't say anything. Instead, she communicated telepathically with Zhuang Weiran, I won't be calculative about what you did just now. Don't teach Qi Ling those weird things in the future. Even though Ji Yu didn't say it out loud, Zhuang Weiran understood what Ji Yu meant. She scratched her head and chuckled. Ji Yu was helpless against Zhuang Weiran's act of acting dumb. Ji Yu and the rest continued hunting demonic beasts. Cheng Yeye didn't care too much. However, Cheng Jiangjiang didn't believe what Zhuang Weiran said. She stared at Ji Yu who was walking in front of her. She felt that this guy's true strength was definitely not as simple as 9th level defensive profound realm. She felt that Zhuang Weiran was fooling her. A 2nd grade 8th level demonic beast, and an intelligent giant ape at that. To be able to scare the giant ape away, this guy's strength was definitely much stronger than the giant ape. If he was only at 9th level defensive profound realm, it wouldn't be enough to scare the giant ape to that extent. This meant that this guy's cultivation was probably above the Tongxian realm. At the age of 16, he was already at the Tongxian realm. When the two were together, it was needless to say how terrifying it was. Although this guy's name was Yu Mu when he reported his identity, she felt that this name might be fake. At the same time, she also felt that Zhuang Weiran was intentionally hiding this guy's identity. Would a 16-year-old Tongxian realm martial artist be willing to be a small guard in the palace? It was impossible even if she thought about it. The more she thought about it, the more curious Cheng Jiangjiang became. What was this guy's real name? And the most important thing was, how high was his true cultivation? After that, Ji Yu and the rest continued hunting demonic beasts as usual. Qi Ling's condition was much better than before. She wouldn't be distracted in battle. However, Ji Yu could feel that Cheng Jiangjiang was looking at her from time to time. He didn't know what was going on, but it was very baffling. Right at this moment, Ji Yu suddenly noticed that there were two groups of people in front of them. In front of them was a field of rubble. The ground was filled with large and small stones. There were two groups of young men confronting each other. He did not recognize any of these people, but he could see their specific cultivation bases. Most of them were at the 6th level of the defensive profound realm, and there was a 7th level defensive profound realm warrior on each side. None of this mattered. What Ji Yu was most concerned about was that there was an injured wild beast lying between the two teams. Taking a closer look, his back was covered with sharp thorns, and his eyes were flashing with a vicious aura. This was a 2nd grade 9th layer bramble demon dog. However, this bramble demon dog seemed to have suffered a very serious injury, and its strength was greatly reduced. Obviously, the two teams found out that the bramble demon dog was injured and wanted to take advantage of it. Otherwise, the two teams would only be able to escape. How could they have the time to confront each other here? This demon beast was found by us first. Why should we give it to you? Since you don't want to give it to us, then let's compete to see who can kill that demon beast first. The two teams were competing when they suddenly noticed that there were people coming from not far away. They all tacitly did not make a move, and looked in that direction at the same time. They saw a man and 4 women walking towards them. Although the 4 women's beauty was very rare, now was not the time to think about these things. There were formations everywhere monitoring everything that happened here. Even if they had the heart, they did not have the guts. Please take a detour, one of the young leaders of the team said with an unfriendly expression. Detour? Ji Yu narrowed his eyes. Sorry, we want this demon beast. Hearing this, the young man's face suddenly sank. Do you want to deal with all 10 of us at the same time? Their 2 teams fighting for the bramble demon dog was enough, and they would not allow a third party to participate. Under such circumstances, they directly chose to cooperate and drive away this team that suddenly appeared first. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.